right. So we'll see who shows up tonight. Tonight. Answering active duty Navy questions along with reserve. Oh, people jumped in. 3 people. All right. Miko! How you doing today, Miko? Long time no hear. Who else we got in the chat today? So Miko, what'd you do today? Any studying? Go out for a run? Anything? Guess that's right. In the house. What's going on, guys? Any plans for the weekend? Aaron, you're in the house. Thought you were on a date. Did you get a haircut? That's the real question. Did you get a haircut? I'm doing good, Chief. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I slept again. We finished up the live stream last night. What was it, 2:30? And I crashed and I didn't wake up until almost 1 o'clock. So feeling pretty good. Pretty good. Study and running. Miko, how's your run time? Alexandria, hi. Glad to see you in here. Aaron, you're with Gonzalez. Trouble. You did? Okay. I want to see a picture. Aaron, we want to see that reverse mohawk. Yes, especially after the conversation last night. All of it off. I look like a mini Gonzalez. No, that's not possible. Did he do it? Oh, man. That's good that you're hanging out with him. I'm glad you're you got somebody to hang out with. 12 minutes, Chief, exactly. That's good, Miko. That's really good. Bet. No, I'm not betting. I am not betting. Yeah, I think every barber and beautician is going to be extremely busy once they open everything up. Hi, Ryan. Hope you're having a good day. Let's say everyone have a good weekend, but I think for most people, every day is the weekend now. So, but yeah. What's everybody got going on? I know Miko said he's been studying and running. He said, I hope you guys, especially for those that are getting ready to ship out, you're really taking the time with your family, whatever loved ones, and just enjoying yourself as much as possible, even with the quarantine that we're all in, because as you guys know, you're going to be locked down for 2 weeks. They'll take a side-by-side photo. You can't tell who's who. That's scary. Now that's scary. Yeah. Hey, you need to pick Gonzalez's brain about some of his quality videos and all. Hi, Mary. Glad you were able to join us tonight. I did try and do this morning, or say this afternoon when I woke up, I tried to do like a premiere type launch and I thought it saved and apparently it did not. So to notify you guys, because I know quite a few individuals sent me messages on Instagram along with my email asking if I'd notify ahead of time. Mary says they moved my ship date again from April to May, now to October. Wow. I'm ready to drop out of debt. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. You just got to go with it. Everything's so fluid. So, yeah. Miko, Chief, do you think I should take clothes just to have it for school later? on, even though we might have to box it up. If you want to take a couple outfits, I wouldn't like pack a whole suitcase or anything. But, a couple of outfits. I think I took originally, my stuff got shipped home. But when I was able to go out, because I was in Orlando for boot camp, and that's also where my A&C school was at. So like that weekend before I checked in, because of my pay grade and stuff, I was permitted to go out. It was only for a couple hours, but I went shopping and just picked up a couple sets of clothes. Yeah, but you guys won't be bringing a whole suitcase. Thinking of taking 2 changes of clothes. That's it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hopefully we get some of the individuals in the chat tonight that we had the last few nights, talking about when they were saying about boxing stuff up. I know a lot of the females wanted to bring like their own bathroom supplies. I don't know if they'll allow that. That's something I'd like to ask though. But we'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, it's what, dinner time on the West Coast. Figure I'd start early, hang out with you guys. Can you explain VA disability rating process? Benjamin, you're in the chat again. Oh, the VA disability process. That is so complex. I'm just going to have to make a video on that, Benjamin, with like the guide and everything. But I know when we had talked about it in errands, it's just, yeah, as far as, like I said, 50% and 50% does not equal 100. It's VA math that equals 75. And they don't go in 5 increments of 5. It's 10. So if you get 75, you really have 80. It can be really confusing. Ryan, what does it mean when chiefs say, I'm not sir, ma'am, I work for a living? Because officers are referred to as sir and ma'am. Okay, when I went to boot camp, we called the CC's company commanders, which are now called RDCs. We refer to them as sir and ma'am. Now you guys say chief or petty officer. But officers, they direct. That's what we mean by saying I'm enlisted, I'm a chief, I work for a living, because we work, officers direct. So that's what that means. Does that answer your question, Ryan? Come on, Benjamin. I know you got some other questions in there. You're out in California, aren't you, Benjamin? I thought you was. Let's see. All right. Glad I could answer that question. Yeah, there's a lot of sayings that you'll hear throughout your career, and they've been around forever. But it's like I get a lot of comments on my videos or emails, and I'm always referred to as ma'am. And I'm not going to jump on anybody, because especially if they haven't been through the process. But once they have gone through, then I'll be like, it's chief. Yeah. Daniel, we missed you last night. Hope you're doing well. Miko says, have I met Chief Kala? No, I have not. He is FTS. It'd be cool if he'd be stationed down here where I'm at. But no, I have not met him. Maybe one day. But no, I have not. Is it hard to become a chief? It's a journey. There's a lot to it. It's not as simple as some people may think. Depending on your rating, some ratings, it's like next to impossible, where other ones they promote fast, or things like IS, things of that nature, where a lot of people, they leave, or nukes, they leave, they take their training experience and they go out in the civilian world, make more money, and that leaves openings for other people to advance. So it depends, but it's a journey. Haley's in the house. Did Haley, what I sent you on email, did that help you with the ASVAB, or do you already have that? I have some more on my hard drive. I got to pull up, but that's what I had on my phone when I read your email. Alexandria, Daniel, hey, we're all in the house tonight. Danielle says, hey, I was in and out of the live stream. Oh, you were? I didn't see you. I was just quiet. Hope you're doing well, doing good and well. And say hi to Alex. Alex, who's Alex? Is that like a joke when I wasn't on those 2 nights? Hello, Alex. Okay, it's got to be an inside joke. I heard you guys had fun playing Family Feud and things of that nature. But yeah, I can see you in there. Benjamin says, if I'm an E3, who will be working with me? I'll be under E5 and E6. Well, you're also talking about going Army, so that's like a whole different world. But yeah, the chief tells the first class tells the second class in the Navy, and then second class passes it down to third class and below. So depending on what you're working on too, as to who's there for the evolution, like your gunner's mate, if you're a gun shoot, you're going to have all hands on deck. So it depends. Oh, okay. I didn't know that we shortened her name. Ryan, Chief, how can I earn surface warfare pin and ribbons? Well, surface warfare pin, you have to be attached to the command. Any warfare pin you receive that you work for, you have to be attached to that command, that community. And there's a whole PQS. I know we talked about PQS, your quals last night on Aaron's stream. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff, a book that you have to get signed off, doing, firefighting, all about engineering. There's so much to it. And if you want, I can make some videos on that. It's actually be a real good idea. And ribbons/medals, it depends on which ones you're looking at. Your gun quals, you have your opportunity for your M9, your 9mm in boot camp, your M4, hopefully, depending on your command, you'll have that opportunity. I did tell Aaron up in Norfolk, there's a Marine range. Of course, right now they're not offering it with the whole quarantine, but you can go up there. It's like $35 and you can shoot the qual for a ribbon. But yeah, it depends on which ones you get. On a ship, you're going to get a lot more your sea service ribbon. After 3 years, if you're not in trouble, you'll get your good conduct, things of that nature. Rest in peace, my questions, Benjamin. How about the question about leave? Which question about leave? Did I miss something? The 2.5 days per month, which equals out to 30 days per year. Miko, if we were talking about aliens yesterday, what are we going to talk about today? I have no idea. You guys come up with some interesting things. You really do. Haley, don't be rude, Benjamin. She does a good job in trying to answer everyone. Hi, Carrie. Glad you made it to the feed. And M. Hearts, hello all. Yeah, I'll get to everyone's questions. This is a little bit different setup than when I'm with Aaron, because there I have to use my phone. Here I can read it, but with the scrolling and everything, sometimes it skips. So yeah, if I missed a question, just please let me know and I'll go back and get it. Chief, I honestly thought 12 minutes was a bad time for the run. No, didn't we look up your time last night? I thought we did. If not, let me know your age and I can look it up for you. Because I know, you were talking about MM. I have 2 MMs that I talked to by email today and trying to get them on the stream. So yeah, if there's anybody watching my Facebook that I put out, all my fellow Navy veterans, retired, still active, reserve, whatever. If you guys want to be on the stream, I would greatly appreciate it. Help out these up and coming sailors, our replacements. Benjamin, will my leadership let me take leave Monday to Friday so I can basically have 9 days off since I have Saturday, Sunday off? Like if you left starting leave on Monday and then came back Friday, you would have to check back in and then you would have Saturday, Sunday off. But I think you mentioned something on Aaron's feed about having both weekends off, and it doesn't work that way. I wish it did, but no. Is that Shoji? Is that how you say it? Hello? Oh, your cat's meowing. Yes, that's my My baby girl, she's not, I didn't think you guys could hear that. She's not happy that I'm on the stream again. She'll get over it. Even though we feed them so much in a day. It's funny because I just gave them special wet food tonight, thinking that would kind of like keep them calm. We'll see. Haley, speaking of ribbons, how do you get them? Will they tell how to place them on your chest? There's an instruction and something, for regardless if it's leave, just anything, PRT, height and weight, everything the Navy has, there's an instruction for it. There's a SOP. There's something that's going to help you. And you can even Google just, order of Navy ribbons, and they'll tell you, along with a breakdown of what the ribbons are. And I actually did create a video about 2 different reserve ribbons that people get confused about that I have to post. And I'm going to be making some more videos so you guys know like what type of ribbons and medals you can earn, which they're much easier to earn now than they were back in the day. Okay, what do we got? Benjamin, why is medical hardest to rank up, hardest compared to other job fields like Intel and cyber? I don't know about like the other branches, but I mean, the Navy right now, it's just, they have so many of them and they're just not moving. People aren't getting out. Like I said, Intel, a lot of those type of jobs, people leave to go pursue the same career for more money on the civilian side. I know even like some AEs, aviation electronics, they left to go fly drones because they flew drones on the reserve side over Afghanistan. They left so they could go make 6 figures. By them leaving, that opens up for movement of promotion. Yeah, there's a lot of different factors. Miko's 18. I don't remember if I knew you were that young. I'll look it up for you though. Hold on. What state am I in? I am in South Florida, down by Miami. It was actually nice today, unlike the rain we had the previous day. Okay, I'm not sure what to pick, Navy or Army. Okay, so first question is, what kind of job are you looking for? It's MOS in the Army, it's a rating in the Navy. So what are you kind of looking for? Like admin type job, intel? Do you want to go on a ship? Do you want to be more of, 30 seconds on his run before I know I can get a faster time? It's my concern. I know we talked about this last night, is the 2-week quarantine for you guys. And I know Carrie actually mentioned about the PACER test. I don't really think I did that I recall in high school or middle school. But yeah, I don't know what the PACER test is. Just Google it or, look it up on YouTube. And that would, just like sprints, that's going to help you with your breathing and stuff, which would then in turn help you with your run time. Haley, I'll jump on a stream. I just don't know how helpful I'll be. Okay. Alex, the Benjamin Foreman is hard because there's so many of them. Yeah, like I said, there's no movement. People aren't getting out. I did read an article about them looking at possibly kind of like forcing some people out. They've done that throughout the years, perform to serve, different types of programs, but time will tell. Miko, Chief, do they show you exactly how to iron your uniform at boot camp? I know uniform needs certain creases, etc. Yeah, they're going to cover everything about your uniforms. And, as far as like the lines, like on the back of your shoe, like your peanut butter stuff, those are not necessary. I know a lot of people like to have them like that. I like to wear it like that. But yeah, they're going to show you everything. Trust me, in detail. And if you mess up, they'll help you learn. Benjamin, some tips when I arrive to my first duty station, like buying cars, how to spend money, what I should do. Don't buy a car. A lot of it does depend on your location. I know when I was in Norfolk, I waited about 1.5 years till I got a vehicle because I would leave like a Saturday morning at 7 a.m. on the bus to go out to Virginia Beach. And I get back to like 6 or 7 at night because of all the buses that I had to connect to. And, it was a pain to get around because Norfolk is not like really walk friendly compared to some areas. But, and if you get a car, I would recommend getting like a used car or something, because you're not going to be making a whole lot of money when you first come in. And that's, to me, it's, especially if you're in the Navy, going underway and stuff, I wouldn't recommend it. When I receive my paycheck every month, how should I budget it? I already have housing and food taken care of. I need to pay my phone bill, car if I decide to get one, extra food if I'm hungry. Yeah, there's a lot of good Excel apps out there. I know I had used it. Some people like myself, I'm visual, so I want to see the numbers put in to see exactly what I'm spending where. But always pay yourself first, put that money aside to whatever bills, and then whatever's left, figure out, especially for the Navy, TSP, what you're going to invest, and, then what money you want as far as going out to eat, the movies, things of that nature, once we get back to somewhat of a normal. What is Benjamin? Oh, right now, I don't care what type of job I pick at all, since I'm studying more on my ASVAB. Okay, but job-wise, that's going to help you determine which way to go for studying for the ASVAB, if you know what I'm saying. So if you have a specific job, like say, I want Intel, you can look and see what the ASVAB score you need, regardless if it's Army or Navy, and you can see what you really have to focus on. So like if you're really weak in math, that's what you really need to take a lot of practice exams. That's the reason I say that. Okay, what we got here? My job in the Army, physical therapy specialist, only has 14 E7 spots. So most people get out after 4 years or commissioned as an officer. Yeah, officer, more money, or they get out because they're going to have a great career on the civilian side. Carrie, the field is full. My son wanted that rate. What rate was that? That you talked? Oh, that's right. You said corpsman. Yeah. It's amazing how many people want corpsman, and I mean I can understand, but yeah, it's pretty locked up, and that's active duty reserves FTS. It's locked up for everything. You're welcome, Nico. Said not 68 whiskey. Benjamin says 68 foxtrots. Carrie, Laura, do you have a civilian job, or did you just retire, enjoy Florida? I'm just retired. I went to school using the book we had for the VA. They gave me 12 months to go to school. So I already had degrees. I made sure I took advantage of, I used the Chapter 30, I used Chapter 1606 for the reserves, and I used the post 9/11. So I received an extra 12 months. And they actually gave me a laptop, a MacBook, and I went to school for web design, graphic design. Yeah, so I just kind of do my own thing, a little bit of freelance, and I've really wanted to do a YouTube channel for a couple of years, so I finally started. But yeah, I really don't work, just hang out, enjoy myself here, go to the beach when I was able to. Miko, should people buy a bike to get to the next, for example? You can, and are you talking about a bicycle or a motorcycle? Because if it's a motorcycle, just know that you're going to have to take a course, and there's, believe it or not, a lot of people, they don't realize you have to wear certain boots, jeans, some type of pants, the vest, the helmet, because I've actually seen people come on different bases, Army, Navy, Air Force, and try and get in with shorts or whatever. But you'll have to take a course on all that. I mean, a bike is a good idea because it's much cheaper. Gas is really cheap. You can get around, insurance and all that. Just if you buy something, you're going to have a problem carrying it. What's on base you use every day, like Walmart, gym, etc.? Well, there's no Walmart. There's a Nex or a PX. It's called something different for every branch. But yeah, you have the galley, swimming pool. I know in Norfolk they had, which I thought was really neat, they had an auto shop where you could come in and individuals actually would teach you how to change your oil, or if you wanted to change your muffler or whatever. So I thought that was pretty cool. There's a lot of good things, there was Brazilian jiu-jitsu, stuff like that. I know in Norfolk, a bowling alley. There's a bowling alley on all the bases. So yeah, you really don't have to leave. It's just you don't want to stay on base all the time. How much of my money should I save? Thinking 20% of your check. At least 20%. Once again, depends on your bills and your expenses. If you have a car, you know what your habits are for spending. Yeah, but you got to make sure you put some away. Definitely make sure at 20% is like the least amount, I would say. What are the retirement military benefits of military offers? I think there's two. Could you explain them? When you say two, which two are you referring to? Harry, job is important to have. An idea for the score, totally agree. Yeah, I've seen too many people not realize they're focusing on that AFQT score. Oh, I need that 69. Like I said, all that score means is you're eligible to enlist in the Navy or whatever branch. The higher the score, AFQT score, that means you score higher on your line scores, and the line scores determine what your rating or the other branches your MOS is. Yeah. Corman, okay, I'll start looking up jobs. Yeah, let me know. And I put this out before. I made a video on it. Navy Cool. Just Google Navy Cool. That way, any jobs, it'll give you a brief description, kind of get an idea of what you want, and then I can help guide you if you want. What rank did you retire at? I'm a chief, E7. I'm so happy for you. Yeah, but I don't receive my retirement yet because I retired on the reserve side, which I wish I would have stayed on the active side for retirement purposes, but you don't receive on the reserve side till you're 60 unless you have deployments. The last few years, I had a couple of deployments that'll get off. I'll receive mine when I'm 58. And the retirement is also not the same. It's less money in benefits than if I would have retired on the active side. Stuff like that people don't tell you. Or if they do, they really don't explain it. I don't know if they don't really understand some of the ins and outs, but that's another reason, like I made the channel to help people fully understand if you leave active, you will not receive the same monetary benefits, healthcare, all that kind of stuff as if you retire on the active side. So yeah, I just live on my disability, so I was doing a lot of side work with graphics and things, and that all stopped with this whole quarantine. So I'm still waiting on my stimulus check. What are some things I can do to promote and get promotion waivers? Not mainly, I just sent me a friend request on Facebook. For promote, once again, Army. I know Army has a point system. So if you go to certain schools, you get a degree, different things, it's easier to rank up. For the Navy, you're going to use your evaluation. So doing volunteer work, doing some of like those for the reserve side, like the NAVID trade courses that I've talked about. There's different things that you're going to look at depending on your pay grade for your evaluation. And then if you get a promotable, must promote, early promote, they're all worth, those three columns are worth different amount of points for your evaluation for advancement. So yeah, what rank did I answer that one? What did I do in the Navy? Basically, I did, for the most part, anything with weapons. She's a chief, yeah. Yeah, chiefs are, they say, technical experts of their rating. Like I said previously, I've had I was a torpedoman's mate when I joined. And when I went to the reserves, I was a AO, like Air and Aviation Ordnanceman. I left, came back shortly thereafter, and I went back to being a T. Then my rating merged with Miko. It merged with gunner's mate, so that's what I retired at. Military benefits people should take advantage of, like TA, retirement benefits, etc. Yeah, TA, I know so many people that don't take advantage of it. They did lower the amount, and all this kind of stuff changes in the retirement. It's now the blended system. They've changed all that. Pretty sure the Army also went that route. But, instead of 50% before, if you did 20 years, you receive 50% of your pay. I know when I first came in, it was 30% of your pay. Like I said, things change. Now it's 40% anyone coming in, and then you also invest in TSP. And the whole reason they did that is if you decide to do one enlistment and get out, you can invest, have some type of money. Tuition assistance, you depending on your command, some commands, they're sticklers. I've been to commands that way that will not allow you to do TA because your job is very important, and you just say, they've told me, you don't have the time to go to school. So it depends. I'm actually making a video about that for both the benefits and then comparing like active duty and reserves and how they differ. Because I know a lot of people, like I said, are visual learners. I'm a visual learner, so I'm working on that. It slipped again. Joel, hi Joel, welcome. I'm shipping on the 13th. LS going reserve, was supposed to leave on the 8th. Do you have any information on the LS rating? And do you know how much mobilization available for the? You're going to have a ton of mobilizations. LSYN on the reserve side, currently a lot of MAs, CSs, but LS, I have one LS. I'm trying to get her on. She's a first class. She has been all over. It's crazy how much traveling she's done. Hawaii, she's been to Japan a couple times, South Korea a couple times. Where's she at? She's somewhere over near Germany. She's got to be on like, I don't know if it's a NATO base or I don't know what base she's on. But yeah, you have a lot of great opportunities. So yeah, and there's a link. I'm actually making a video about that one too. But if you guys want any more information about mobilizations, you can email me. But yeah, like if you're on the reserve side and you're at the NOSC on drill weekend, you're usually doing the paperwork for people that live more than 50 miles away. They're coming in, staying in the hotels. You're doing all that paperwork. For the chow, you're doing all that paperwork, issuing uniforms, taking orders for uniforms. So you're learning a little bit about that part, but with your rating, but really the mobilization, that's where you're really going to learn all your forms and how the system works. And LS, they advance very well. Benjamin says, isn't there 401k and blended retirement? What are they, and can you do both? Okay, the 401k, that's the TSP, Thrift Savings Plan. And everyone coming in after 2018 is in the blended retirement. Like for instance, in 18, prior to that, you had the option to change. And I was so close to retirement. I knew I was retiring in 2017, so I didn't change. Yeah, 401k, that's your TSP. Do you have Facebook fan page? I do have a page. I think I got like 85 or 90 people on there. I get more people on there, I can do a lot more interaction. So yeah, just Google on Facebook, just look at my name. Or how can I send you questions? There, I'll do Instagram, email. Hopefully it's there down below in the description section. I put my email address, and I try to put it on every video. So if you guys have any type of questions, you can send me directly. Ryan says, Chief, when and where can I wear my NWUs? Dress blue white, khaki working uniform. These are peanut butters. Can I wear NW anywhere? You cannot wear it anywhere. Can I wear your dress blues at my sister's wedding? Yes, you can. You can wear your dress blues at your sister's wedding. The whole idea is you really don't want to go out in town and advertise. You'll learn all about that when you go to boot camp, and then later on, every year you have annual training. It's just about, keeping yourself safe. But yeah, your NWs, you're not going to wear that out. Some commands have it to where you can go from, like, if you're living out in town or the barracks, you can go from that location to your ship or wherever you're working at. I know, like in the reserves, we had it to where we could go from the NOS, the base, and the only place we could stop off is to get gas. That was it. Other than that, we couldn't wear it out. So some of the commands also tailor, because then we had a new CO come in, and it was like, you can't even wear your uniform in. You're going to come in civvies, you're going to change. So a lot of that depends. But yeah, especially for your dress blues at your sister's wedding, that'd be nice. Jeff is in the house. Good, outstanding evening, Chief. Hey, Jeff. Like I said, this weekend, let's do a Skype call. Matt, how was it, Chief? Hope you're doing well, Matt. Haley, yes, I did. I saw Miko sent me one too. Okay, scrolling down. How do you pick where to go after A school? Carrie asked. So get your orders where you're going. It depends on your rating, depends on your A school. I know when I went through, they did male, female, and there's 29 males, and I was the only female, so it didn't matter what I scored. They took the top of the class, and they worked their way down. So, highest score, you got first pick, so on and so forth. Except I was the only female, so I had my pick of orders regardless. Some schools, they go like that academically. That's why I always say make sure you're studying and doing well. Other ones may say East Coast, West Coast, overseas, and you can say I want to go overseas. And then they say, okay, you're going, to Spain, you're going to Italy, whatever. Sometimes they generate it for you. You have no say. So yeah, it's needs of the Navy, but every schoolhouse is different. On her about section, you can find her email, I believe. Yes. What is the NC1? That's a Navy Career Counselor. That is the only rating that will never go on a ship. You have to do your first enlistment, being E5, and then you can apply for that. You actually would do a rate conversion over to NC, and it's permanent shore duty as a recruiter. Wanting to go MA as a reserve. What are my chances of deployment? Right. I mean, they've been asking for volunteers, and they're still asking for volunteers, especially to Djibouti. That's been the hot spot for about 6-7 years since we're still in Afghanistan, but have a lesser of a footprint there. Just like we still have some people in Kuwait, not a whole lot. But as far as generally, it's looking for volunteers. I only know of 2 people in even the last 2 years that have been voluntold you're going. So yeah, and even your first 2 years in the reserves, you won't be touched. Zachary, hi Zachary. So I know during the 2 quarantine for boot camp, you can bring 2 books and your phone, but can I bring my laptop? No, it's one electronic device, and I would not recommend a laptop anyways. Just bring your phone and just bring your phone. If you have Netflix on there, you will have a TV in the room. So you'll have a study time. So, but yeah, I would not bring the laptop. And Haley said, Zachary, no, don't bring your laptop. Everything you bring to the hotel will be placed in a box at camp. Someone could steal it. Yeah, I said that in one of my videos. It's just because you're there doesn't mean something wouldn't happen to it. You're welcome, Joel. Miko, yeah, don't risk it, especially if your laptop was expensive. So true. Joel, would I have to transition over to FTS if I wanted to work exclusively at the local NOSC? Yes. Yeah, those are FTS. Okay, now I'll throw something in there. Hold on. I have my real estate license, so I'm trying to balance out my military and real estate career simultaneously. All right, there are active duty billets, 4 or 5 roughly at each NOSC, depending on the size of the NOSC. But there are active duty billets. I know we had like STG, BM, had a couple BM, we had a GM and a HM billets. So that is a possibility on the active side to go see what the reserve side's like. And anyone I know that has gone over there, it was night and day for them. But otherwise, yes, FTS. Jeff says, I am up for that, Chief. WA. Chief, can you briefly explain how NROS works and what are the odds of reservists getting orders to a ship? I have seen some for the ship. I had two of my sailors volunteer for the ship. I know some GMs that have gone. I don't know what rating you are looking at, depending on your NECs. I've seen MAs go to the ship, some OSs, but it's not common to go to a ship. There is the USS Land, MRS Land. It's a AS subtender. It was in Guam. I haven't looked to see if it's still there, but a lot of reservists get attached to that command. And that's the only one that I know of reserve-wise where you can earn your ESWAS pin, your surface pin. NROS, I was thinking about this the other day. I'm going to have to get, because I no longer have access, and I used to do all the approving of the orders. I need, once this quarantine here lifts, and I have availability to go and use one of my sailors who's still serving, use their CAT card, and I would love to walk you guys through it. Because for those that do not know, it's a Navy order writing system. You write your own orders in the reserves to put in for your 2 weeks AT or your ADT, ADSW, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's I can make a couple videos on that alone. Joel says going in is an E3. That's good. How long should I realistically expect to advance to E4? I'm 32, joined a little later in life. Hey, nothing wrong with that. What is your rating going to be? A lot of it depends on that. Zachary, thanks a lot, Chief. Been a lot of help shipping in 5 days. Awesome, Zachary. Yeah. For those of you, I haven't seen anybody yet, but for those of you that get up to boot camp, I know the last couple nights I've been doing for the last 3 weeks, been doing a lot of live streams on Aaron Pereira's channel. He's currently active duty. And yeah, we've been to 2, 3, 4 in the morning. It's been crazy. But we had a lot of individuals that are in the quarantine up in boot camp right now that were actually talking to us. And, for you guys that are heading up there, Zachary, Miko, and all, definitely send me an email. I have some questions for you guys once you get there. Yep, Miko, he'll be there the day before you. So who knows? You may, I don't know how they're doing it I know they do floor by floor, but I don't know if they're doing one day you're on this floor, the next day coming in, you're on the floor after that. But hey, Hector, good luck to all you shippers. Glad to see you in here, Hector. How you doing? Carrie, as a PR, does my son get to pick his squadron? Can he pick jet or helo, or does he get what the Navy needs? Everything's needed in the Navy. Like I said, study, do well in school. I don't know how that particular A school is. They may allow him to pick. I do know PRs, there's not a lot of them, so he may be in a holding pattern for a while, kind of doing like Aaron's been doing. You're just doing barrack support, cleaning, until he gets enough people for a class. I'm not sure, just especially with the whole quarantine thing. I know they're trying to get individuals through boot camp right into A school and form up right away. I don't know the logistics of all that, but I know in the past that they generally had to hang out for a few weeks, which is just extra pay waiting. All right, what other questions you guys have? Jeff, what time works for you? And don't say 8, 9 in the morning, because that ain't happening. That is not happening. What did you mean by rating? I'm not sure. Rating your job. Other branches call it a MOS. For us, it's a rating. So, yeah. What day, Chief? Do you even want to do Sunday? Mid-afternoon? Yeah, LS. You have a short C or A school. And I'm not sure about if they're going to send you to a C school or not. Most likely not until you get to your command, and then they may send you out. Yeah, but it's 6 months you'll be eligible. So that's the only short period of time, because after that it starts going to the three-year increments between pay grades. Gary, I think it's great. These new sailors can kind of get to know each other before it starts. I agree. I think I was saying that last night. It'd be so awesome, to be in like the same company and say, I remember you from the stream on, so-and-so's channel. That'd be pretty cool. And I know at least 6 or 7 of you guys that you're faithfully on all the streams with Aaron. And I mean, this is only my second one, but on Aaron's channel. So yeah, you guys already have that bonding going on. Haley, how to fit laziness and be a workout god. I wanted to walk today and I was so tired. It didn't happen, but yeah, I just got to get out there and work out. Jay, hey Chief, how are you? I'm doing better. I wasn't feeling well the last couple of days, but I'm doing better, thanks. Jeff, Sunday is good for me. How about noon? Sounds good. Write that down so I don't forget. Joel, yes, 9 weeks. Yeah, it's, like I said, your time is ticking away. When you get to your command, you'll be talking to your career counselor and all that for your exam. Yeah, you'll take it fairly quickly. And, really, since you're going to be taking it so soon after A school, really be focusing on that, on the material you're studying, and just keep studying that. There's also that NavEdTray course for LS. I highly recommend you look over that. That's going to help you out with studying also. If I wanted to just stay as CellRes, would all my mobilizations be voluntary? For the most part, and I say for the most part because right now everyone has been volunteering for years because it's good money. I actually know, even as myself, when I would volunteer, I'd be making more money than someone who is active. So yeah, it's especially with the reserves too. You guys get LS gets some crazy good areas they can go to on orders. But yeah, I've only known 2 or 3 people that have actually been part of a unit, and then the whole unit was ordered to go. So, for instance, that happened to me in 2007. Our OSU unit, we were going to Iraq, to Balad, Iraq, for doing customs, and they just said the whole unit's going. There was 40 some of us, but it's very rare. Everything's voluntary for the most part. Ryan says, Chief, can I wear my Navy PT gear and hoodies at my civilian gym, at the store, etc.? There's an instruction on that, which you can and can't. Now, like your hoodie, yes. The shorts, yeah. And I know Nikki, MGTV, I know Nikki did a video on this. You don't even want to do that. You're going to look like a booter, for one. Yeah, but your hoodies, yeah, you can wear the hoodies. Everyone wears. I still wear mine when I go to the movies and stuff. Chief, how many times a year does a reserve conduct the PRT? Just like active duty, twice, in the spring, in the fall. And then, of course, everything's been waived because of the coronavirus. Just like advancement, active duty, reserve, FTS, it's twice per year. Carrie is, we want to visit our son at A school. Do we have to meet him off base for dinner, etc.? It's going to depend first when he goes in, as far as how his A school is running things. Like I said, some are more strict than others, but he'll have to come out and meet you. And then, depending on where he is, sometimes they'll tell you. I know for like me, it was like for the first week when you got there, you weren't allowed off base. So yeah, every command's different, but then yeah, you'll go meet him. You'll go out to eat. I think it's great. You want to go visit him. That's great. Great support. What's the advancement timeline? E1 to E4. E1 to E2, everything's 9 months. 9 months, and then E3 to E4 is 6 months. So you have a ways to go. That's why, like I was saying about Ryan and all coming in as an E3, you have just that 6 months until you're eligible. Chief, can the Navy still call you back even though you're retired? Yes, they can. They say once you're into the fleet reserve, because I'm not there yet, there's that like waiting area. But technically, I've even heard like of people at 60 getting called back, after the retirement. But technically, the government owns you. That's what you got to understand. Once you sign those papers, if something happens, they're going to call you back. So for myself, I really don't think they would, just because of all my medical issues. But yeah, don't jinx me. Thank you so much. This information was invaluable. I appreciate you watching, Joel. Zachary, are there restrictions to wearing uniforms and gear out in public? Yes, there's, like I said, there's instructions on all that, which you can and can't wear out in public. So I want to make a video, and I'm sure Nikki and all has videos on that too, but I'm going to make an up-to-date video on that. How does picking a cross-assigned unit for CellRes work? CMSID. You'll go into CMSID. And you have to wait for the window for the computer. It's a computer system opens up, and then you apply. Myself, every time I applied, I never got the units I wanted. They ended up picking me. So, a lot of it depends on your rating, your pay grade. And like my last command, drilling in Miami, I was stationed up in the Washington State area, up by Seattle. So there was quite a few weekends every month where I was flying. I spent more time flying than I did actually there at drill. But yeah, sometimes they pick you. Now, especially once you're in for a while and you get to know people and have kind of like a hookup. Like I used to hook a lot of my sailors up because they're like, hey, I want to go coastal riverine. Okay, I was in coastal riverine at one point. Just make a phone call. So there's different ways around it, but generally it's CMSID. See, what kind of officers do enlisted men and women like? Any advice on becoming an officer? I think regardless of officer or, if you're a chief, warrant officer or whatever, it's just the leadership. If you're a good leader, people will follow, they'll listen. So I fortunately have a lot of bad leadership, but any advice on becoming a good officer? A lot of that also is just what kind of person you are. Are you there to help others? Are you doing it just to basically make promotion? Are you going to step on people? That's a lot of what I've seen, like in the both enlisted and officer side. People are willing to stab you in the back or whatever to get that EP on the evaluation to, get advanced. Also on the officer side, but it comes down to what kind of person you are. And especially too, if you're enlisted and then go officer, that's known as Mustang. They make some of the best officers because they know what it's like to serve as an enlisted. Haley says to Zachary, yes, you generally don't want to wear your uniform out because it makes you a target. And that is true. They'll teach you all about it. Rosa, good night, Chief. Are you leaving or are you here? Oh, yeah, there's another comment from her. But yeah, you'll learn all about that. And, like I had said on Aaron's feed, you're not going to wear like your U.S. Navy sweatshirt, T-shirt, any of the kind of stuff. You don't want to if you're flying on a plane. Just because, I don't even try to do that now because it makes you a target. Haley says, all right, cool. I imagined there would be. Thanks. Carrie, where were you during 9/11? Thank you for your service. I was at Broward Community College. It's now Broward College. I was teaching a class. I remember exactly where I was standing. I remember hearing the news. We actually had a radio back then. And I remember telling everybody that, you know, I knew the process. We're going to get recalled. We're going to go into war, all this. And I remember all the civilians, my students, they were like, no, that's not going to happen. And I already knew, like, not that we ever had an attack like that before, but I knew where it was headed. And sure enough, they started activating reservists. That's when they started building up the force. Like I said, they started bringing a lot of civilians in, advanced pay grades. That's when the Navy really started to change. Changed a lot in 95, but then it changed again. There was another major shift in 2001. But yeah, I was teaching a college class. Tortilla. If I joined as a Navy diver, what would the process be like? Look on Navy Cool. It'll should state all the stuff there. But as far as taking, you know, getting with, if you haven't done it yet, getting with the recruiter, there's a whole process with the physical tests, swimming, certain run times, things of that nature. I actually have a manual. I believe it's for EOD, diver, SWIC, and SEALs that I want to link for you guys. A lot of you have been asking, excuse me, about, you know, the different like physical requirements. And actually, I have a friend, she's Master Chief, her son's a Navy diver. I would have to get more detailed information, but I know that you have 2 different schools. I believe it's Great Lakes before you go to Pensacola. It's very physical. But yeah, have you talked to even a recruiter yet, and also, are you even a diver already? I only say that because I know for people that I've experienced down here in South Florida, if they were divers already and they went in, they had a much easier time with testing and everything and making it through. What studying aids or sources have you used to help you advance in your rating? Also, do reserves compete with active duty or no? Active duty, FTS, reserves, 3 separate for advancement, different quotas. Just it's 3 different worlds. Study aids. I do have a couple videos on study aids for you guys that I made. You know, as far as like for boot camp, yes, general orders, sailor creed, your ranks. I have 2 different videos talking about an app that'll help you learn your Navy ranks. A lot of people are, like I said, are visual. So this app, it's free, download it. But there's also the BMR, and I can, if you guys want, I can't do it on this particular software, but I can even put that in like in my next video or that for you guys to go and download that basic military requirements. That'll help you prepare also for boot camp if you have the time, especially if your ship date got sent, you know, set off to the left like October, September, like a lot of you guys. Yeah, that can help you. Because like your start guide, if you have your start guide, if not all of you do, if you are already in depth, you'll have a start guide. Study everything in there because that's all your exams that you're going to take at boot camp to pass. Rosa, active duty for education. What option is better to take it? Well, active duty, if you're doing education, active duty, I would do tuition assistant. Like if you're on a ship, they generally have some teachers like your basic math, English, things of that nature will go your way for like 6 weeks with you, and they teach like evening classes. Yeah, tuition assistance, I do not recommend ever using your GI Bill while you're serving. Wait until you get out. How do you become a Mustang? You're enlisted and then you become an officer. That's a Mustang. Miko, can I take my start guide to quarantine? Yes. From people I've talked to up there, they have been studying their start guide. And if anything, you know, when you're done, you're just going to pack it away. But I remember what Aaron said, because all we were issued was the Blue Jackets manual. Now, this is the new Blue Jackets manual. This is the brand new one, 700 and some pages. This tells you everything you ever wanted to know about the Navy. This will be issued to you in camp. You'll get the soft cover version. That and your start guide. But yeah, your start guide, they don't even want you looking in this. So your start guide, you'll be studying that throughout boot camp. And of course, the 2 weeks that you're waiting. Joel, what exactly do you mean by make you a target? A terrorist, you know, they're like, hey, the military, if they want to, you know, take you out, Yeah, it's just no different that like if you're a cop and if you're not in uniform, you're not gonna advertise you're a cop just because not everybody's friendly towards us. Jeff, the only time I wore my uniform is from boot camp to A school, and I was surprised they didn't call me up. I wanted to go. Hey, Miko, people that are against the military or terrorists might go after you. That's true. And you'll learn all I said about that on where to sit on a plane for reasons with terrorism, if the plane was to come down. I mean, you're going to learn all that kind of stuff. Where to stay in a hotel. It's a lot of good information. Haley says, you'd be surprised how many people will actively walk up to you and verbally, physically abuse you for wearing your uniform. Yep, I had that happen when I came back from Afghanistan, where they did not know, hey, where I just came from. So I actually had someone on the plane say something to me. But yeah, respectfully, answer them why. Joel says, okay, I understand. Thank you, Miko and Haley. Miko and Haley, big helps. Haven't seen Colin in here yet tonight. Danielle, are you still here? You're awfully quiet again if you are. Carrie, any study aids will be awesome. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's like a couple of videos ago, if you're including my live stream that I did. I have 3 different crossword puzzles that I did to help you, your son study for boot camp and just the Navy in general. And then what else do I have on there? I have the link to the app. Someone had told me that they weren't able to download one of the crossword puzzles. If that's the case, just email me and I can send it to you. Twan's in the house. Twan says, what up, Chief? I'm waiting for you guys. Did you take a long nap today up there in quarantine? Warren, hi, Chief. We've spoken before. Just found out that you're out of the military for more than 6 years, re-enlisting. You can't go active in Air Force. Does Navy have that same stipulation? Navy's constantly changing things. 6 years, so much of it depends on what your rating is, your pay grade. Sometimes if you go in, they might knock you down a pay grade. So yeah, you would have to talk to the recruiter about it. Can I join at 35 years old? I would do reserves. Yes, it was 32. They changed it up to 39 a little while ago. I highly recommend though, because what's going to happen generally with a recession, because our life is not going to go back to normal anytime soon. And I have not even been watching the news because it's depressing. I know there's so many people unemployed, and what has generally happened, like throughout my 28-year career, there were 3 major recessions. And what happens is people turn to the military because healthcare, guaranteed paycheck, and what they generally have done in the past, all the branches, they'll raise their ASVAB score. And they also can change, they have changed, like I said, dropped it down to 32, things of that nature. So yeah, if you guys want to join active reserve FTS, I know right now FTS, from what I was told, there's like no billets because there's not a lot generally anyways. But yeah, if you want to enlist, contact your recruiter. I know that they're doing basically Skype or Zoom interviews because they're not necessarily in the office. I have heard of some coming down to the office if you have an appointment and stuff, but you can't just walk in. And there's also more of a time delay of going through the process just because of the quarantine up, at Great Lakes and all that. So Carrie says, when do they fill out direct deposit? Is that at MES before you ship out? I was told by some of the recruits that I did mine at MEPS, that they're now doing it at boot camp. And you can either do the bank you already have or Navy Federal. And I would recommend, you can keep your bank, but I would recommend like Navy Federal or USA, only because you go overseas, especially with Navy Federal, there'll be generally an ATM machine or a bank that is Navy Federal. And, they know that you're traveling around the world. So if you get some weird charge when you're on Liberty, say like in Almeria, Spain, they're not going to, flag it or anything like that. And you also get paid the night before. So like today's payday, those that have Navy Federal direct deposit, they would have been paid yesterday. Miko, thank you, Chief. I was wondering that. Yep, Tuan says carry up boot camp. Jeff, I wish I can get a hold of a copy of the Blue Jackets manual. Can't afford it though. You know, Jeff, I've actually seen the version before this. And I mean, such minute changes, things of like maybe 2 different ratings are no longer in existence. You know, it's not that big of a change. I've seen them at bookstores, seen them on eBay fairly cheap. So I would just check that out. I actually also bought, now I need a computer person to help me. It's an I think it's an ASXP file. Never heard of it before. I bought the same book for $20 on Books A Million. But like I said, that file, I don't know what app to open it. I was researching it and I haven't been successful. That's another route. $20. You get the digital version. Danielle, I'm here. Cute little bug eyes. You're just being very quiet. Are you eating another pizza tonight? Juan says to Miko, it's going good. Got to hear more people get yelled at. It's just the beginning. Vanessa, Juan says hi to Danielle. Yep, she's being the little mouse. Like last night, I did not know she was in the feed. Juan, I took about an hour nap. Rude lead, so I can't sleep much, Chief. Wow. Well, it'll be over before you know it. You know, it's going to drag right now. Can you guys at least watch the TV in your room? I know that can be difficult, even if they, you know, if they allow it, because maybe not everyone wants to watch the same thing. Miko asks, what are you studying? Alexandria, a buddy of mine is a Marine, and he says he can't receive money for a month. Hopefully that improves. Money for a month. Is he already in or what? And why can't he receive money? Haley, I'll be back. I'm going out with my mom for a bit. All right. I'm sure she's already gone by the time I got to this message. Yeah, Carrie. And I'm sure maybe somebody already answered it. You can open all that stuff up when you're there because they're going to have a direct deposit. Tuan's been studying mainly his training manual, a little bit of the Blue Jacket. Oh, you're not getting yelled at for studying that? That's the book they gave us to study my very first night while I was waiting to do my year analysis for how many hours. I just stared at the pages because I was so tired. Miko says to Tuan, do they cover everything you need to know, like ranks? I don't know if you're referring to the Blue Jackets. Everything, that's the Navy Bible right there. That's got everything you need to know about the Navy. Tuan says to Carrie, I'm pretty sure he can, but if he can do it beforehand. Yeah, if you can do it beforehand, it's just that so many people do not have access to Navy Federal. Like down here, I have a Navy Federal account. I have money still in there. I don't have a card. I don't have any access. When I want to deposit money, I can do it. You know, I'll transfer between my bank account here up to the main bank. I think it's up in Maryland, somewhere like that. Because with traffic, it's going to take me an hour or more to get down to Miami. And it's not in a location where I can really find a parking spot. It's just a pain in the butt. It's such a small bank anyway, so. Zachary says, Chief, you can most likely convert that file to a PDF. Just Google the converter, and it's really simple. I'll look at it again. I was fighting with it for quite a while, and it's just been sitting there on my laptop. I was like, I'll just read the book, because I was looking to see what they have changed. Danielle's eating chocolate cake. What? First it was pizza, now it's chocolate cake. Matt says to Carrie, have him call Navy Fed or USA before he ships out to set one up. It's a good idea. I mean, especially with everything going on, I'm sure that they would probably allow it. So I would, I hear good things about USA, but myself, I like Navy Federal. I heard horror stories from people from both, dealing with both. But like USA, I have my car insurance through them, my renter's insurance, credit card, so I deal with both of them. Tuan says, as the lead, he directly talks to the petty officer in chief, then pass on the instructions to the other. Awesome. Have you been yelled at yet, Tuan? TV is allowed. Yeah, I'd be watching TV. I'd be watching Netflix on my phone. Reading, but my books would be gone with having 14 days up there. Says he has his anchor book. Wow. Kept all that stuff, Jeff? Miko, I've never worked, so would they give me a direct deposit from there at Navy boot camp? I plan on opening an account with Navy Federal. Did you do that? Because from my understanding, because there's a lot of individuals, 17, 18, 19 years old, that have never had a bank account. So they've been in that situation. Matt says, yeah, they allowed me to open one yesterday since my ship date is within 90 days. Awesome. Which one did you go with? Did you go with Navy Federal? Zachary 221. I heard they aren't really allowing people to go outside or exercise. Now you're locked down in your room. Matt says Navy Federal. Tuan, Chief, I haven't been yelled at yet. But it's a matter of time. So true. Yeah, they're locked down up there. All right, I'm caught up on the questions. What else you guys got? MGH. I got in a bit of trouble when I was young, so I need to send all to Big Navy in Tennessee and pray and get it accepted. Yeah, there's a lot of people, they have waivers. Everything is documentation. If you have the documentation, hopefully, I hope it turns out in your favor. Danielle, I have Bank of America right now. Ooh, they charge so much. But I'll change it to Federal before you leave. Yes, definitely. Yeah. I have a couple of friends at Bank of America, and they tell me all the time that the charges they get. Jeff, among the very few things I still have, I have to replace some missing ribbons and medals. I bought my medals because I thought I was going to go to the Navy Ball one year, never went, and I think I spent like $450. Never wore them. Never wore them. Oh my God, you got different food. Would you get? Not turkey? Warren, 21. Thanks for answering my question. Another one, 39, but prior service within South Florida, like you. I have a bachelor's, but desire action. Would a career as an MA be available to someone my age? Yes, it is available. It is available. Are you the Fort Lauderdale cop that we were talking? BOA is horrible. BOA had to switch when I moved. You're talking about BAH. When you get into your duty station, do they make you do PT in the morning before you go to your job? Depends on the command. Some commands, you're supposed to generally have 3. So generally it would be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Some commands I was at every day. It depends. Sometimes they'll have it where this is your set amount of time. We're going to do it as a group, or you can go PT on your own. Exactly. I have a lot of my bills. You can also do allotments, because that's what I did with Navy Federal. I just set up an allotment. Zachary says, I'm a submariner. You're going to be a bubblehead. Sandwiches, you're guessing, Matt? Sec F. Miko, yeah, I have Bank of America. You do too? Wow. But I want to open an account with Navy Federal boot camp. Do I need to take a form or something? I don't know. They're going to have all the forms there. You just want to make sure you have your account number and your routing number. And it's, everywhere you go, like for reservists, you have everything set up. And then when you go to active duty, you're getting paid by active, not reserves. So you have to cross from reserve pay system to active. So they make you fill it out again. And then when you come back, you got to fill it out again. And I know people, and I've even done it myself. I go right back on orders. You got to fill it out again. I mean, it's crazy. It gets to the point where you memorize all your information. Danielle says, I only have a debit card with them. Okay, that's not bad. So I haven't gotten charged for anything. I'm definitely switching. Yeah, like I said, Navy Federal and all, they have some, you know, as far as interest rates for car loans, home loans, things of that nature. I know, like while this was going on, when it first happened, I got a notification saying if, you know, not that I had any bill there with them, but if I would have had a credit card, that they were waiving fees and even like putting off like 90 days worth of payments, things of that nature. Jeff says, I had my dinner dress blues, somehow they kept missing. Yeah, I can't remember what I even did with mine. I thought I still had them, my original ones. I have my original dungarees, but I don't think I have my dress blues. BOA is Bank of America. You guys and all your acronyms here. Warren, not a cop in the pipeline for it, but yes, that's me. All right, awesome. It rained yesterday where you were at? It poured here. Weatherman said, oh, it's going to be sunny, and it poured. Alexandria to Zachary. Wow, mad respect. How are you sleeping? Rotations. Bank of America. Matt, we had French toast for breakfast. Ooh, was it good? I love French toast. Italian sub for lunch and pork for dinner. Wow, they're really mixing it up there. Your stomach was probably like, what the heck's going on? Tanisha, how does one get into NCIS and the reserves? I know there's a unit up in Jacksonville. I have quite a few of my MA buddies that are actually assigned up there. Quite often in CMS ID, they put in orders in the system, and you know, like say if I was in an MA and I have friends that are already stationed out there, a lot of times, you know, there's an opening, just word of mouth. But yeah, you'll have to, I know of only MAs up there. I don't know, I mean, you may have yeomen and stuff, but CMS ID. Chris says, I've heard you mention something about voluntary mobilization for reservists as an MA. How long would those last? Anywhere from 6 months to a year, generally a year. It depends exactly where you're going. Most of them, like I said, are in Djibouti, but depending on where you're going, what the mission is, if you've never been there before, you may have to take, you know, extra training. Generally, NMPS, you go to South Carolina generally, do the whole Army weapons course because you're going to the Army AOR overseas there. Yeah, but generally a year. Solid food for the day. I'm gonna get spoiled. Probably go back to Turkey tomorrow. My sleep schedule's screwed up. Not gonna lie. Hopefully, Basic will fix things. I hear you. My sleep schedule's been screwed up for the last 2-3 weeks. It's been crazy. And with you guys, I mean, especially on quarantine, just sitting around, you know, yeah. Twan says, yes, it is. Matt, I hope that's the regular when I get there in June. Who knows? They may have something totally different. I just can't believe they were giving you guys turkey for breakfast, lunch, and dinner day in and day out for over a week. That's just crazy. It's really hard to do from reserves to active. Depending on your rating, it depends on what they call your year group. There's different factors. Going reserves to active, it's not impossible. I have 7, 8, 9, about 9 MAs that I know that went from reserve to active. They're all on active. They have been for a few, 4 or 5 years, some of them. Some recently went. I know CBs that have done it, ISs. Well, it depends on your rating and your rank and all that. And also, I know quite a few too, like LSs and stuff that have gone reserve to FTS. So, Alexandria says to Zachary, you'll definitely sleep like a rock after your first 2 days. Yeah. Miko, do I take those forms if I want to keep Bank of America? I don't plan to. Like I said, just, write it down like in your address book, your bank account, your routing number. That's all you need. What's the limit on service as a reservist? Same as active duty. Actually, that's not true. You can actually do longer on the reserves because when you hire your tenure out, same as active duty, you can do something called VTU, voluntary unit. You're not getting paid for drill weekends. You're not permitted 2-week AT, but you can go on like ADSW orders, ADT. You can go on mobilizations, things of that nature. Then you'll be paid. You get the retirement points. I've known people that have gone up to 40 years. So, yeah. Can you serve every weekend? You cannot. And the only way to get BHBAS is active, correct. You'll receive partial type 2 BHBAS when you're on your 2-week AT. Anything up to 29 days is partial. And the reason they have max 80 AT annual training is 29 days because once you hit that 30-day mark, 30 and more, then you get the full BH, full benefits. So that's why I have that cutoff. But now you can't do it every weekend. You only have 12 weekends for the whole year. And for instance, if I'm scheduled to deploy in September, I am permitted now to drill out generally for the next year. I could do all my drills up to September because October 1st new fiscal year, but you could drill out ahead of time. But no, because you have to go in, take your advancement exam, do your medical. There's different things you have to do every month. I have even myself, I would drill a month or two. There's different ways to pull it with your cross assign unit, but you're not going to be drilling every weekend. No. Carrie says, have you ever been around a hurricane on the ship? Yes, I have. That was a wild ride. That was a real wild ride. Jeff, the dinner dress blue are more fancier than the regular dress blue, like wearing a tuxedo. Yeah, and those things cost a lot. Things were much cheaper. I know I mentioned this last night on Aaron's stream. Uniforms are much more expensive. The quality it's much worse. I could go I do have my AO3 dress blues. I do have those in my storage unit for a fact. I don't know where my TM one is, but I have my AO. Quality is much better than the ones I bought when I made chief. So should I not take anything? They provide all the sign-up forms over boot camp. Yes, they'll have all that stuff, Miko. Zachary, I've already talked to my recruiter about this, but another perspective isn't bad. I want to go into law enforcement after my service, at least a good 10 years. How's the transition? Well, especially if you're coming as an MA and then transitioning out, depending on your state, they'll take some of, for your MA, they'll take some of your, what you did classes off of your academy. I know in Texas and stuff, they do that. Some areas of Florida, but it is different. An MA is more of in my opinion, security than actually being a cop. So, but I know a lot of people that have done it, and a lot of it's your security clearance. It's also just if you're an MA or any rating, the NEC is what you really want to look at, your C schools. Those can really help you. I know AO, GM, some of the CB ratings, MA, you can all become a small arms instructor, a crew served weapon instructor. That kind of stuff, would help prepare you for being law enforcement. Joel, if I were to get mobilizations, would BAS be applicable? Well, you're going to get, it's a very small amount because you're eating there on the galley, but you're going to get full BAH. So, yeah. So you make some good money. But like I said, I have, I made $7,000 plus a month was my take home. Some people say, oh, that's not good money. To me, that's good money. Especially when it was in banking the whole time I was overseas. Miko says, sorry if these are stupid questions, Chief. I don't really know a lot about these things. Now, these aren't stupid questions. Not stupid at all. And then even by asking, because there could be a new nav admin instruction, there could be something that comes out like in the next 2 days. And if you ask me that next week, and if I don't myself tell you, like, hey, it's changed, you ask me and be like, oh yeah, this changed. Things are always changing, but now. Any ideas where MA usually get assigned? Like down here in Miami and also up in West Palm, they have anti-force protection units. You can get assigned to like coastal riverine units, Mesron units. I mean, they're all over the place, both active and reserve. On the reserve side, drill weekends, you not always, but generally like stand a lot of gate guard, like you would do active duty as a junior sailor, checking IDs, things of that nature. But yeah, all over the place. Actually, they had, I know the Comfort came back from New York, but when it was up there, the reserves actually, stop it, don't start. Hey. They actually had like 6 or 7 MAs they were looking for to do a set of orders on Comfort for security force protection. Matt, if you bring extra clothes, did they take them? He's asking Tawan. Joel says, at what rank? My rank, Chief, E7. But even when I was like a first class and stuff, I was still making, 55, 5,800 a month. So like I said, and you're not going anywhere. You're saving it. It's all just being banked. Benjamin, I'm back from eating. What did you eat, Benjamin? Zachary, thank you, Chief. I'm going to head out for the night. Enjoy the stream. And when I get to the Great Wolf Lodge, I'll be sure to email you. All right. I'm sure you're probably already gone, but thank you. Hope you have a good night. Ooh, I just hit 700 subscribers. Wow. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. You made 7,000 at what rank, Chief? Yeah, as a Chief, E7. But I have my LESs throughout different grades, and I want to do a video on that, break it down, show you guys what you need to know, and then like how much money you can make. Like I said, you're not going anywhere. You go overseas, like if you're in Djibouti, like for reservists, going to Djibouti, you have the opportunity to spend some money because they do tours. I had one sailor, LS1. He was constantly traveling, and he did what I always wanted to do, swimming with the sharks, stuff like that. So he had a lot of opportunities. You're going to buy things like you're stationed in Bahrain. You're going to be having for the guy like custom suits made cheap. And when I say cheap, I'm saying for what it would normally cost. But there's all kinds of stuff you will buy. Like when I was in Afghanistan, here, I'll show you. I got it actually over here. For instance, lapis. These lapis stones, what this would cost in the States, we're talking $100 or more, at $8. $8 each one. So that would easily be $100 or more because of the size, the weight, and then the quality of the lapis. So stuff like that I bought like a lapis chess set. Really, you save all your money. Benjamin, is military life hard? It can be, but then again, a lot of things can be in life. I think about that. I have to serve 4 years and there's no quitting. How do you deal with that? What if I hate the military and I want to leave? What are some things I can do? Yeah, I know a lot of people that happens to, and that's when you want to probably talk to somebody, because if you hate what you're doing, it's going to be long 4 years. You're going to love what you're doing because you said you were going to do the physical therapy. just think about what you're going to do after, how that's setting you up for success. Because I'm sure they also have in the Army certifications and things too, just do that kind of stuff. What's the daily life in the military? Depends on your rating, so your pay grade, if you're on a ship, shore duty, everything depends. I'm just worried that I might overwork and have burnouts and get depressed. Is military life hard, or is it just average, normal, same as civilian jobs? There is more stress in the military, mainly because of having to be away from loved ones. But depression's common. I'm sure it's common if you were to research it in any type of civilian job, but it's quite common in the military. I suffer from depression. I have PTSD with my anxiety and depression. So you want to talk to someone about it. Garrett, good job, Chief. Next thing you'll know, you'll be up to 1,000 plus. That's my goal. That is my goal. So to help you guys, I have a bunch of videos I need to edit, and except between not feeling well and then it did hurt me. I took 3 weeks off in April. It was not intentional, but I was dealing with a lot of depression and stuff. I had to take care of me. But yeah. Alexandria to Benjamin, from what I've heard, everybody gets depression in the military and finds a way to work through it. Yes, I know. I went and talked to a chaplain because I talked to my first class. I was a third class at the time. I was E4 talking to an E6. Did not want to hear it. So I went and talked to a chaplain. Chaplain helped. When I was on the reserve side, especially my last deployment, I had some bad experiences. I came back and I talked to what we called chaps, the chaplain, and the chaplain helped me through it. Benjamin, what are some places you wish to deploy to? I heard a lot of people want to deploy to Kuwait just for the food because deployment food is actually good. I really like Kuwait food personally. Now, Kuwait has Baskin Robbins, a Burger King, a Charlie's Steakhouse, a Subway. Those are common. Some places like Saudi Arabia. It was the civilian in between Camp Patriot and Arif John AJ base in Kuwait. There was a McDonald's. You weren't supposed to go to it, but I never went. But a lot of other people, they would, between bases, they would stop off and eat like at McDonald's. But yeah. Places you wish to deploy. I would love to just be back on a ship, especially all the new ships out there. I said, you guys, I'm envious of everybody that's going in now. The opportunities, and for the women, the opportunities, they were so different. And I'm glad I was able to help pave the way for you guys. I really hope that for those of you that are so close to, like Mio and, Tuan that's already up there and all you guys that are heading out up there in Great Lakes already, you stay in touch. I really want to hear your stories when you come back and, experience, what your careers are going to be like. So, I'm excited for you guys. Yeah. I wish I would have deployed on a Westpac though. Never got to do a Westpac. I always wanted to do that, go to Australia, Thailand, Japan, but never had the opportunity. I was an eco sailor. Benjamin, if I get depressed from overworking, can I get a disability rating? Depression, a lot of us have it in the military. As long as it's documented, anything is documented in your record, you can apply for disability rating. Just because you have doesn't mean you're going to get it. And I know this sounds crazy, but it happens. I literally know people that I've met at the VA, lost an arm, and they don't have a 100% rating. Now that doesn't make sense. It's the process, it can be messed up. When you send your paperwork in through your, what they call a VSO officer, there's different raters. They look at your documentation and there's a guide that they're supposed to all follow, but it's all interpretation. Some people don't interpret things the same way. And like I said, I literally know people that do not have 100% and they have 1 or 2 lost limbs. And I'm like, I don't get it. Yeah, but you want to document everything. So if it's not documented, it never happened. Nico, when would they provide you with your Navy Federal card? Would it be after graduation? That one I do not know if they would deliver it during the process or wait. That one, if anyone in the feed knows. For work as a physical specialist, physical therapy specialist, there are some places I can deploy to, combat hospitals. I don't know how the Army goes. They have actually a nice hospital over in Kuwait. They do, because I was actually over there for a bit. But, Germany's a real nice area. Germany and South Korea, those are two places the Army generally go. My cousin was a combat medic, or say, he's my second cousin, my cousin's son, and he was over in Germany. So, yeah. Garrett, what's the life like for Seabees? Interested because home remodeling and wondering and wooding my hobbies, but my wife is worried I'll get turned into Swiss cheese. Seabees, they're tough. They build, they fight. That's their motto. I have a lot of CB friends. They help me out all the time around the house. Electrical wiring. I wanted a fan installed. My AC broke twice. They came over and fixed it, so I didn't have to pay anyone. They have some great ratings, great trades for when you come off active duty, or you can even just join as a reservist. Promotion was locked up for a while. It's going to have some movement. But as far as Swiss cheese, I have, my buddies have all deployed 2-3 times in the last 10 years, but some of those they also volunteered for. There was only once where the whole battalion was ordered to go. But yeah, if you love working with your hands and creating stuff, CBs is the way to go. Miko says, Chief, I'll stay in touch for sure. I'd even do a YouTube video with you. That'd be awesome. And Aaron, maybe advice for future sailors later on. Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to do that with all you guys. And I know I said this before, if you guys, it's up to you if you want to, but I know Carrie, without even asking, did this. Even email me a picture of you. Just, it's nice to know, put a face with the name. But yeah, that way too, you can kind of have like a before and after. But yeah, definitely let's all do some videos. That'd be cool. Joel says, I'm checking out for the night. All right, have a night, Joel. Thank you for the great information. What is your email address? It's in the description below, but it's just my initials, LL, and my last name, ZORZA@gmail.com. I'd love to write you once I arrive in Illinois. Yes, definitely. Letters get you through. They do get you through. And Joel says he got his card while he was in depth. Yeah, if you sign up ahead of time. You're going to have an Eagle card when you're at boot camp. Same thing when you go to Kuwait, Afghanistan, any of those places, you have an Eagle card. So you have your money on that card. Yeah, because you don't want to use your credit cards or cash or any of that kind of stuff. Even if you were to use cash, like over in Afghanistan, Kuwait, they give you, for like coins, they give you pogs. It's literally a pog. It's got a picture on one side, different pictures, and then they'll have a number of 25 cents or whatever. Where are you at for submarine YN? When you're getting to shore duty, are you still doing YN work? Yes, you are. For sub or filling a regular shore YN billet. No, everything will be for the sub. You could be at whatever type of command that is supporting, I'm not that familiar with what type of shore duties, but every rating has a shore duty, and then like sub, or like for mine ship, when I come to shore duty, I'd be working like in armory on the base. Yeah, or like I was stationed with a Mesron, so things like that nature. But I had a neighbor one time in Norfolk who was a sub YN, and they really took care of them, because when they're out and they spend so much time, when they're underway, under the water, when they came back, they had a lot of downtime to spend with their families. I always thought that was cool about the sub ratings. Yeah, but you'll still be doing work that's supporting, like the other subs, depending on what billet you're billing. Were you ever on an LCS only at Fleet Week. That was it. All right, that was the last question again. What else you guys got? What else you got? Yeah, there's a few of you, 3 of you with the YN for subs. And I served with the YNC that was subs, trying to get him in here. So yeah, I have a lot of individuals. It's just a matter of getting them to say yes to be on camera. Nico says he emailed a picture of himself. Which one? Which one? What? What did I miss? Where is Tuan at? He's at the lodge. I don't know if he's having a room inspector or something because he's not answering. But yeah. Who else has questions for me? It's Friday night. Does not feel like a Friday night. So, Garrett, what type of CB were you looking at? Miko, did you get it? I'm not sure. I'll have to look. Yes, I got it. I got you, Miko. Which LCD? Your active OS1. Oh, I would have to look. I don't even remember which one it was. Because every Fleet Week, I don't know if you've ever been to Fleet Week here in Fort Lauderdale. Every year, every May, would actually be going on right now, actually, end of April, 1st of May. We'd always get like 5, 6 different ships, never a carrier, but we'd get different ships in and usually a sub. And we would have all kinds of, tours and stuff like that. Cause I usually volunteered, and that's why I remember it, because I volunteered. So, I went to different ships, but I've been doing that over the years. Matt says, I'm going to link people on the Depper Facebook group to ask questions. Good idea. Good idea. Salvers get to pick their AT. Yes. Now, I say yes if you're cross-assigned to a unit. Some units have, say, cross-assigned ITs, they're cross-assigned into the CBs. CBs generally have a training at the same time. Like I know down here, they'd be like every June. So you had to do every June, you had to go with the unit. Now you're allowed up to 29 days AT. So long as right when the year starts, if you were to, put in for something else, you could pick your own AT. Nico, sounds good, Chief. Abigail, if I go reserve and finish A school, but want to go active after a year with a different rating, can I do that? But I have to go back through A school for that new rating and then go active. First off, needs of the Navy. Navy spends thousands of dollars sending you to boot camp and A school. I had this happen to, she was at EN. So E3 comes in the reserves, wanted to go to active duty. Wasn't happening. So much of it depends on your rating, needs of the Navy. If, like, for instance, I had some E3s that were MAs, they were able to go. They had a need. But as far as crossing, especially, they're going to make you wait 2 years minimal in the reserves before. And then it's a matter of, are you in an overman rating? Are you wanting to cross into underman rating? I have never seen it because of finances. Now, I know an individual who was a CE1, a CB, and a few years back, he crossed over to ET1. So, yeah, and he had to go through A school and all that again. Garrett, I was thinking CE or UT. Transferability for civilian life. If I went the CB route, life plan would be to own and rent property. That's what my buddy does. That's now an ET1. He just, buys property, fix it up. He was flipping it, but he rents it out. Because you learn, and even learning your rating, going to A school and C schools, but working with all the other CBs, you're constantly learning stuff. So yeah, he knows, like I said, CE, it's nothing to do with AC, but he knows how to do 8 months in reserves. And then I could go active if I wanted to. You said a few years, geez. Yeah, a lot of recruiters say that. It doesn't work that way. No, it does not work that way. Even I know individuals, I had quite a few that for whatever reason wanted to go from Navy Reserve to National Guard or active Army, make you wait 2 years before they released you with that contract. Because like I said, they're spending thousands of dollars. And I mean, even to cross rate active or reserves or going from reserve to active, any of that stuff, it's not easy. A lot of it depends, like I said, on your rating, on your rate, with your pay grade, needs of the Navy. There's so many different factors, but I've seen it happen, but it is not common, but it's not going to happen right away. No. Do you have any wild sea stories you can share? Probably if I thought about it. I would have to really think about it. I figured someone was going to ask me for a sea story. Yeah. Talking about on the ship type sea stories. Because, I was only on one ship, unfortunately. Unfortunately, after 9/11, so many of us spent our time, such as myself, I spent my entire career over in the Middle East area, Kuwait multiple times, Qatar, Bahrain, Afghanistan, Iraq. Yeah, so I was a sand sailor, brown water Navy. That's what I've been learning, that CBs end up being jack of all trades. So very true. And like I said, also weapons. So, and believe UT, I'd have to look up to confirm, but I'm pretty sure UT is one of the 2 or 3 ratings for the CB that qualifies to be a small arms instructor. If there's work to be done, you help out. Yeah, I've had, like I said, anything I need, I call one of my buddies. And if they themselves don't know how to do it, which is rare, they'll call one of their CB buddies, and then I try and pay them and they don't ever want to take money. Oh, Brian, I saw you. Congrats, bud. He graduated. Brian, he's in the feed now. He graduated RTC today. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I was actually looking at another YouTuber's videos yesterday, and I saw you on there, and I was thinking of you. I was counting my fingers. I'm like, he should be graduating soon. Awesome. How was the whole quarantine process for you? Did you guys, I know no one has answered this. Did you guys have to sleep with your mask on? Nunez, how difficult is it to get C school as a CellRes member? It depends on your unit, the needs. So for instance, being a gunner's mate, if I actually tried at one point, I wanted to go to small arms school to be a firearms instructor because I was like, hey, this is going to help me make chief when I was first class. They wouldn't even allow me to put it in because I didn't have the need for it. Even though I was a gunner's mate, they're like, you have to be attached to a certain unit. So when I got attached to a unit, so yeah. But if there's funding for it, and once again, beginning of the fiscal year, October, there's funding. Yeah, I know quite a few CellRes that have had a ton of C schools. Definitely utilize that. Also, Navy Cool. Check out Navy Cool. Get your certifications, active and reserve. Abigail, would you say there's always openings for CBs in reserve, active, or depends? It'll depend on any rating, but generally, yes. There is openings. It's a matter of, like any rating, people getting out where they do their contract, get out, they retire, get out, they get injured, get out. As soon as they leave, there's an open billet. So there's a lot of moving parts, but yeah. CBs is much more open now than it was like 5 years ago because it was locked up. I mean, like nobody was advancing or anything. Miko says to Brian, advice for someone about to leave. Yeah, he's getting ready to head out here. Miko, Chief just noticed you hit 700 subscribers. Yes. And I mean, to me, that's like, wow, that's crazy. You know, I didn't think anybody would want to really listen to what I had to say. Brian, quarantine was pretty boring. We were all just in our compartments, no training. We just slept, studied, socialized, and ate lots of bag meals. You didn't even get to go to the galley? Miko, any questions? I'll do my best to help. Yeah, wow. What week were you in, Brian, when the quarantine came down? I know you left in March. No, you don't sleep with a mask. Okay, that was my big question. I was like, dang, do they sleep with a mask? Because all the pictures RTC's page on Facebook has, everyone always has a mask on. Week 5. Okay, so at least you got to experience what boot camp's like before that. Yeah, wow. Walter, Navy Chief, Navy Pride. How you doing, Walter? GMC, that's me. I'm a TM at heart, though. Brian says we had to wear masks. And I also saw that like they had the scarf on some of the pictures, the white scarf. I saw a tan mask, a black mask. I mean, did you have more than one? I would not, like I said, I would not want to go through boot camp with all this going on myself. I just like, ugh. Everyone here still has to wear masks. Yep. TM's for life. For sure. I was glad they brought back the TM rating, at least for the subs. I know whenever the gunners mates, they always be, especially like, for instance, I was in Kuwait on deployment. I was the GM1. I was a work center supervisor. And everyone was like, oh, this test, they got all these Mark 46 and, you know, all Mark 50 and all these questions, you know, torpedo this, torpedo that, nothing good. And they're like, I don't know. I don't understand this stuff. And I was like, here, let me help you. And they're like, why would you know? And I'm like, I was a torpedo man. And they would get so angry. They're like, oh, you're one of them. You took our billets. Like, no. Miko and Brian, when do you get your Navy Federal card? When you were there, if you plan on signing up for Navy Federal. Brian says, yes, we use the white scarves and our neck gaiter was terrible. I can imagine. I can't imagine doing that in the summertime. Whew. Yeah, a lot of the GMs, they took it serious. Some of them like totally shunned me. I was the black sheep. They were like, nope, I want nothing to do with her because she was a torpedo man. It's like, come on, guys. Is it possible, allowed to move states for your civilian job while in the reserves? Yes. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, reserves, it's quite easy. So what you would do, and I don't see Colin in here because I know Colin had talked about this. So for instance, I'm in South Florida. I would go down to like NOS Miami and I would inform them, you know, I'm moving on this date, you know, civilian job, whatever. Okay. Now you're going to have to follow up because I know too often this happened all the time. I would have other commands calling me because what happens is I would move and I would actually reach out ahead of time to say, like, I'm going to Las Vegas, reach out to NOS Las Vegas, you know, and to be transferring. I mean, the PSs should be doing this, but quite often the reserves, you have to do your own legwork. I would get there, you know, go there and they'd be like, oh, you were never released from your NOS. That's quite common. So like I said, they would call. I usually took the call and followed up, but it's quite easy. One NOS loses you. So it's a loss, they call it loss and gain. Go to the new NOS, new command, and they gain you. But yeah, you got to stay on their butt, but it's not hard. Brian, Miko, study your general orders. I strongly recommend it. Yes. I'm going to have lots of time with that 14 days. Daniel says, with the degree, what is the oldest age I can join? I just looked this up. There was something about, I don't know if it was active or reserve, like as an officer, or something about 42, but I don't know if that was a specific designator for officer. So I would highly recommend just look on the Navy actual website And also, what type of designator did you want? Were you looking at going into like intel officer, supply, what type of, and also active or reserve, because that can make a difference. Brian, when you stand watch, get your inspections, you want to make sure you have it down and not worry about it. Brian, like I said, he just graduated. Everyone who's just joining the feed, he graduated today from boot camp. So definitely pick his brain. We got Miko and a couple others that are getting ready to head out here in the next week, within the next week. So Miko to Brian, how is the run for boot camp? Working now since people have to be quarantined for 2 weeks. And Matt also asked Brian, how are rank and recognition questions asked? That's a question I hear quite often. I know when I went through, they would ask you, what of, pin would a chief wear, an anchor. But they also had like flashcards. And I remember they always gave me the warrant officers or the admirals. And they would, what's this? What's that? So Abigail says, how hard is GMA school academically? They cover everything in detail. I actually know one of the chiefs up there. I served with her in Kuwait. She's one of the instructors. She's been there a few years. Great instructors. Yeah, they work with you. So now I'll have to ask her this. I actually heard that either they did or they're going to be shortening the school from 20 some weeks to 15. I'll have to follow up on that, but no. Okay, I didn't want to say it, but RDC here. Ooh! RDC. Awesome. I heard a rumor they were getting rid of the PSDs. The what? What PSDs? What are you talking about? What acronym? Because I know I had said this on a different live feed. That's mean one thing for overall Navy, and then it can mean something for different communities, ship, aviation, or ratings. Getting a lot of congrats there, Brian. So where'd my RDC go? Eric. How long have you been at RDC? How long? I think it's funny how many people come out of boot camp. And it's usually a pretty high number, and they want to be an RDC. Miko says he knows his general orders by heart. Awesome. Awesome. Have you been writing them down, and how did you learn? Because like I said, we all learn in a different way, but if you were to write them down, can you write them down all in order? Jeff, congrats, sailor. Congrats, Brian. Welcome to the Navy family. That we are one big happy family. Haley's back. Missed you, Haley. Brian says, Tamika, when we were quarantining about 10 days right after, scrolling on me. 10 days right after we had the PFA, like 4 days later. Also start training and running. Your run time you must meet depends on your age. Yeah, I know a lot of questions people had were how 2 weeks was going to affect their run. Oh, scratchy throat. But yeah, especially if they're not a runner, like I'm not a runner, and if they've been practicing and they're right there for the time, and then they're going to be laid up for 2 weeks, that's a concern of most recruits. That's, future recruits, the differs, that's what I'm hearing. Matt says, when I see the rank, I know it, but describing every detail in the collar or sleeves. Yeah, just do the best you can. And like I said, you're going to have study time now. And when you get up there, the quarantine. So just study. Before you know it, it'll be second nature. When you see it, you're like, oh yeah, that's blah, blah, blah. It's a whole new language. Brian says to Matt, they'll say, what does a chief wear as a collar device? There you go. Or what is the pay grade of a third class petty officer? And even who is your Navy ships officer? Okay, so you guys are getting different types of questions there. So just start formulating, different ways. Even, when you're in your group, you're 3 people to a room up there, just ask questions like that. And definitely go download that free app that I've mentioned in the last 2 videos about learning your ranks. They're visual. They show you everything, so if you click on it, even if you get it wrong, you just click on it, it'll bring it up, show you what they wear on the shoulder board, like if it's an officer, the collar device, it shows you everything. Personal departments. Yeah, Miko his Quizlet to learn his general orders. He sent one of his Quizlets. That's another good way to learn. And then there's another one. You guys may know. There's another one website that's like Quizlet that I know a lot of people use, especially when like they were overseas on my deployment and they were studying for like their EXW pin. Yep, and they'll say the dress sleeve too. 1 year. Awesome. Do you like being an RDC? It definitely will help your career. Awesome, awesome. What does push divisions mean? Maybe Eric wants to answer that one. Push divisions. Hi, Ray. You've missed it, Brian. I've been doing for the last 3 weeks. I've been doing a lot of live streams here with USN Aaron Pereira. So if you're not subscribed to his channel, definitely check it out. He graduated. He's been in for like 9 months, since breakfast. And I'll go through literally a gallon of water. But we've also been doing like 6-8 hour streams. Yep. Use Quizlet to learn your general orders. It looks, if looks could kill, you'd be a weapon of mass destruction, miss. Who, me? Not me. You're not talking about me. I know my first 8. Okay, awesome. I've been writing them down, reading them out loud, and also record myself saying them and then checking if I heard them correctly. That's a good, I never thought about that. That's good to do that. Record yourself. You're talking about a video, you're talking about just audio. That's good. Good. I also made flashcards. That's the way I learned. Write everything down, flashcards, and just study. Flashcards, and I had my mom mix them up and quiz me. Good idea. It's also good, to get your parents like that or your siblings involved, way they kind of understand what you're going to be going through. Haley says they'll beat all the information into you. Jeff says beat back. Brian, fireman pack. I remember you saying you want to go for GSM. Stay focused. A lot of it's going to depend on your command, how things go. So, yeah. And when's the wedding date? Because I know you were talking about getting married. Do you get to go home before or after deployments? Depends on your commands. Right now, everything's kind of in limbo because of the virus. So, but generally, both active and on the reserves, what I would do is I would go home for a period on leave. Sometimes beforehand, like when I went to Iraq and Afghanistan, I went beforehand. And like other times I would come back, like deployment on the ship, active duty, I would go home afterwards. Because generally too, like for the holidays, you'll have holiday stand down, December. All commands are different as far as the dates, but generally they pick it up to where half of whoever wants to go on leave, you get Christmas, and the other half will have like New Year's. Miko says, everyone about to leave. I have a chain of command Quizlet. If you're interested, yeah, definitely, help each other out. Brian says also, don't call a chief petty officer. Don't call a chief a petty officer. Oh no, you don't want to do that. Why did that happen to you? Too funny. Call them petty chief. Oh, petty chief, Sir Haley, you get a slap for that one if you do that. I think it'd be great if a bunch of you would actually get stationed together. That'd be pretty cool. Walter, GMC, I'm deploying to Operation, was that Raxnix? Stay safe. See you soon. Laura, drink to the foam. Be safe. You be safe. Definitely be safe. Yeah, I've had quite a few people that I served with over both in Kuwait and Iraq. They're going out again. When you guys were talking about, for those that are still in here, talking about like mobilizations on the reserve side, you know, I have some individuals that have gone 5, 6, 7 times. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities. Brian, much respect to all our RDCs. Tough gig, but making a difference, you know, shaping tomorrow's Navy. They have the roughest work schedule that they do, on top of dealing with being quarantined. Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you to all our RDCs for your patience and time. It's one thing we do, though, in the military is we adapt. You adapt and overcome. You know, the Navy did, I think, a great job of shifting everything from what it was to what it is now. I would love to pick your brain, Brian, at some point, just, you know, how it shifted for you, having had the normal regular boot camp to all of a sudden go into quarantine. So yeah, because, you know, unfortunately, Nico and the others that are going in now, they'll never know what the other boot camp was like. But, you know, it's different experience for all of us. Like I said, because my boot camp was totally different in different times. You know, we didn't have RDCs. They were called CCs, company commanders. We called them sir and ma'am. You had to. You know, we carried, like I had mentioned, I have a video. I did a video with Aaron. It's on his channel about new boot camp compared to old boot camp. You know, women at the time only went to Orlando. We carried M14 rifles. We marched everywhere with them. I mean, with the grinder, it was either to march or to get your butt beat, because, you know, with the grapple, you'd be doing push-ups and stuff. Yeah, so they have a very tough job, though, but important job. Don't believe that push word. It's more of RDC than recruits. They are pushes that we keep count of. Okay. Oh, did a video. You make it a channel. Do you have an Instagram? I can send it to you. Awesome. Brian says chain of command can change. That's for sure. It will. Our ship's officer, military training director, and secretary of the Navy has changed while you're in. Yeah. Got to stay on top of it, though. And, you know, if it happens, for those of you that'll be in boot camp and something changes, I mean, they'll let you know. Matt says, Miko, can I get that too? Yep. You guys, like I said, help each other out. It's great that you're doing it now, because you're already learning what all that's about for when you actually get into boot camp and into the Navy. Because so much of it, you know, you can be a leader as an E1. You don't have to be a chief. You know, you don't have to have that positional authority as far as, you know, whatever your title is or that. You know, help each other out. You're all in this together. Miko says, yeah, the one I created is up to date, includes Secretary of the Navy. It's only the first 13. Who's the new Secretary of the Navy? James McPherson. Might want to Google it. May have misspelled it. Yeah, you guys got it right. Can you connect me to HM reservist? Just signed my contract yesterday. Woo! Awesome. Where are you at, Jordan? I started with a lot of corpsmen, active and reserves, and trying, like I said, to get somebody on here. Also FDS corpsmen. green side, most of them like the green side. You know, I know people that HMs that were on the blue side, they took orders like up in Norfolk, 3-year orders, NMPS, different things like that. A lot of them take orders to the Comfort, USN is Comfort, but you know, some mobilizations generally, like right now to Cuba, Guantanamo Bay, Gitmo, but green side do some amazing things. And everyone that I knew, they all loved it. Miko, I think I might have copied yours from Quizlet. I know I got a few, but either way, you send it to you. Whenever they check you, they're only going to need, Mr. McPherson. You don't have to say the full name. I know when I went through my Chiefs initiation, you know, they had asked me like, who's the McMahon? I was like, Rick West. And every question they had asked me, I knew the answer. So then they, you know, they're going to stump you up. They were like, what 2 warfare devices does he wear? And I was like, I knew subs, but I didn't remember the other one. So yeah. Haley says, Nikki MGTV and EWK videos with HMs, yes, A2, HM1. However, they are active duty. I know Nikki has mentioned serving, though, with some, I think it was reservists. So, sorry, hon. Yeah, but still, it's so much the same. Basically, it's going to be different. It's like type of units for a corpsman on the reserve side, and how you go about with your ATs, mobilizations, things of that nature. Of course, your retirement's different on the reserves. But, you know, as far as the job itself, you can, you know, pick their brain for that. There's also the corpsman book. If you want, you can email me. I have a link because it's such a big book. It's like 1,000 pages. Highly recommend if you have time to look at that. It's actually on your bibs once you're active duty or reserves. On the reserve side, it's retirement points. So, you know, if you email me, I can send you the link. You can download it. Yeah, Nikki's been in, I think, like 11 going on 12 years. And Donnie, he's been in for a good chunk, and he just came back from deployment. They're both green side. Miko to Brian, do you say, for example, Captain Thor, or can you say Captain Eric Thors? Which one? You know, no matter what, you're going to be wrong. You know, I wouldn't sweat it so much. Just study it. You know, like you said, you could just say like Mr. last name, and if they say what's the first name, just answer it. Same for, say, example, Chief of Naval Operations, you say Admiral Gilney. Yep, same thing. Instead of the full name. To Brian, my worry is when I get challenged, I get nervous super fast and start to choke up on your words. That happens to so many of us. I did the same thing when I was in. You know, you guys are going to be stressed out just because you're in a new environment. Like you're going from being a civilian to a sailor, a whole new world, the lingo. You know, you're trying to memorize everything, but before you know it, it's all going to be second nature to where you're going to go home afterwards when you do get leave and you're going to be talking to your parents. You're not going to realize that you're talking military, Navy talk. Yeah, don't worry about it. We got Brian, so much you say the last name. If they're a chief, you'll say chief, like Chief Zorza. Yeah. Quizlet is called Chain of Command, made on April 2020. Let me know if you guys found it. Who else has any type of material? Crossword puzzles, if you guys want. It was my video I made like 4 days ago. You can go download those to help you study. Brian says, it's good to experience it firsthand because once you nail it, you're going to feel so good about it. Anyone can walk in and challenge you, even the ship's lead chief. Yep. Do you feel any different, Brian, now that you graduated? Eddie says, do people in the Navy save more money than someone who has a master's degree? I would say it's just like anything. It's depending on the person and how you save. I was always, they say in general, if you make more money, you spend more money. I'm always been the type of person, if I make more, I save more. So, you have to have a plan, write it down, what your goals are. I had an allotment, it went away to a savings account. I never touched it for years and years. Yeah. So, and also too, as you go up in rank, and then once you cross over the 4-year mark, it's every 2 years, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. You get a pay raise every 2 years. It shifts. Yeah, Matt says it right there. Depends on your spending habits, because I know a ton of people that make a lot of money and they're always broke. And then people who make minimum wage, and it seems like they have a ton of money. This is also recognize who an officer is, because when they're on watch and they come in, you have to yell attention on deck, and then the usual script, and it's all going to be on the wall there. Yeah. You do the same thing like in the reserves of that, the CO comes in, you'll yell attention on deck. Donnie's stationed in Texas right now. Yep, sporting his scruff. Donnie just switched back to blue side for now. It's good though, in my opinion, to be on both green and blue, just to experience it. Because I had so many that I served with, they came in and on the blue side and they crossed over to the green and never went back. I have a whole depth class on Quizlet. Ooh, definitely good. Hey, Chief, I'm just wondering, how in depth does medical go in boot camp? I mean, most of all that other medical stuff you can do at MEPS. So I know I had like my eyes checked, got fitted for glasses, my BC glasses. I had a cavity that I was not aware of. So I had that filled, and believe it or not, 30 some years later, the filling is still in. I have no idea what kind of metal they put in my mouth that it's still in. But so I had that. You get all your shots. I heard now, we had our caps at MEPS. I heard now that they were doing it there. So I don't know, Danielle. I know Danielle's still here. She may have some other input. This is very true. There's a certain lingo, like a bathroom is called a head. Yeah, and I still refer to a lot of that stuff to my civilian friends. It's just, or even at home to my parents. It's not like I'm trying to do it. Matt says search Navy depth. I'll have to write that one down because I want to check it out. I think it's great that you guys are doing that, though. Awesome. So yeah, it's good that we have a lot that are going both active and reserve. So if you guys that are going reserve, if you haven't watched it yet, I have like 5-ish videos on reserves. I got a ton more I'm going to make, because retirement is based on points. For those of you that are going active, you decide to go reserves, you get 1 point per day. So 1 point for, say you do 4 years, for every day, 1,300 some points it'll be. That just goes over to the reserve side. But reserves, you don't get retirement until you're 60. There's a couple ways to get it before that, but standard is 60. So yeah, it's all different between the two worlds. My friend has a suspended license. Can he still get in? You're gonna have to fix it. Yeah. Anything, if you have like a lot of debt, you got to take care of it. Yeah, you want to take care of all that stuff. I would recommend it before you even go to MEPS, which I know like in Texas and all, the MEPS were closed. I know today some states started to open back up. So I don't know how that's working across the country. Old Navy habits die hard. You do the same thing, Jeff? Talk a lot of the Navy lingo? For me too, it's because I just, I joined in 89. I just retired in 2017. So, and all my friends are military friends for the most part. I can't say all of them. I have, Margie and Lee and a few. Door gunner and is the advancement. Are you done for the night? Mister, are you done for the night? Brian says, getting stationed in San Diego. Can't wait. Ooh, that's where you're going? Awesome. 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 I have quite a few sailors that are stationed out there. And I actually was planning on going out until this all happened. So whenever they lift the travel restrictions and all, I'll definitely be heading out that way. So yeah, let you know when I do. Does the Navy absorb student loan debt? For certain, I know on their page, they have it for certain ratings when you're coming in. Now for like student loan debt, I just had mine forgiven. I have multiple degrees. Back when I was using the Chapter 30, this was back in like 98, it was only $200 some a month. That's how much it's jumped up, gotten better. But I had to take a loan out to finish the rest of the school. And it was government's money, so I stretched. I mean, it was a good chunk of money, but I stretched it out over all these years, 20 some years. And I still had a few $1,000s left on it. 100% disabled, P&T, permanent and total. That's what I am. And by doing that, my student loans, they were all forgiven. So that was nice. But yeah, it depends on when you're coming in. They have it on the main page. Certain ratings, they'll do that. So Aaron just got home. Got home to the barracks, huh? I believe only certain rates qualify for it. Yes. Jeff, oh yes. You talk to your kitty in lingo talk. boats. Matt, can you send me the link on Instagram? Yeah. Yep, looking forward to seeing that haircut. We need to have a friend that's a SH. SH. I told you, just go get some clippers. Clippers. So Brian, you didn't have the 2-week quarantine after? Because I know some friends of mine, their kids were corpsmen. They graduated a couple weeks ago, and they had to do a 2-week quarantine after they graduated. Awesome. Having a lot of debt can disqualify you. Yep, from Great Lakes, from great rates like IT, Intel jobs, and security clearance. Yeah, it's going to affect your security clearance. Now, I had some individuals contact me saying they had like $3,000 in debt. It's not a lot of money. The idea is if you don't have it paid off, I understand, because especially with everything going on, you want to be showing at least you're making an effort, paying something. What jobs can clear your student debt? Well, you know what? Let me look it up. I know they're like advanced jobs. I probably can't hear it, but my cat's snoring. So Navy. Yeah, they offer like bonuses, especially like with the PFA and all that. Those are all some good things. Education bonuses, shipping bonuses, student loan repayment program, like your advanced electronics, computer field, your air rescue swimmer, avionics, aviation, your AV, all your CT ratings, EOD, IT for the ATF, SG, IS for ATF, machinist mate subs. Ooh, MT, Missile Tech, AEF, and musician. Wow, they actually get it too. Nuclear field. I know we have a lot of nukes that pop in and out, and STs, subelectronics, and spec core. So yeah. And then too, like the signing bonuses you guys get if you have college credits or a degree. So but those programs are constantly changing for both active and reserve. So yeah. What else? What else? Haley says, so everything I'm not smart enough for. Don't say that, Haley. Nah. I wouldn't even qualify for any of those. And plus the fact is none of those interest me. Maybe the IS. Maybe the IS. How I approach my recruiter about signing bonuses, just ask them. You know what, because make sure whatever bonus that you discuss and all, it's in writing. Because if it's not in writing, it never happened. Just like I say, if you get injured in boot camp, any school, anytime throughout your career, if it's not in your record, it never happened. So you want to document everything. Miko, Chief, I'm excited more than nervous. Yeah, and it is. You're going to get that more and more as you get closer, and then once you get on the plane or the bus, wherever you're at, you know, to head out. So yeah, you know, at least you guys have like that 2 week, like a 2 week buffer. So you're kind of, you know, having some interaction with the RDCs, and yeah, I think it'd be maybe a little bit better for you guys, but just remember, everybody's nervous when they go there, especially when you're getting yelled at. So, but it all has a purpose. It all has a purpose. You know, RDCs are there to turn you into sailors. Just learn. Take it and learn. So, Brian, you had brown bag lunches for everything. You never went to the game? Wow. Once the quarantine came in. Aaron, you still in the chat? Or he go get some cereal. What do we got? New? What other questions, guys? What other questions? Danielle, you still in here hiding? And he's probably munching a pineapple pizza. Oh, no, that's tomorrow. He's supposed to do that tomorrow. Yeah. I can honestly say I've never had pineapple pizza, but I'm not a pineapple eater. I just can't imagine that on pizza. But I think the only time I really have pineapple is if I make it when I juice it. That's about it. Did that RDC answer how the quarantine is affect the PFA? No. You guys didn't answer ask that, did you? Eric, are you still here? Are you still here? Benjamin, best military benefits while you're in? Things like 30 days of leave, because that's like unheard of. Civilian jobs, it takes years. Sometimes jobs never have that. You know, tuition assistance. I know, like for the Navy travel is the most out of all the branches. I know the virus, it's affecting that right now, not making port calls and things. But, you know, when you get out, There's so many different benefits you can get. Also, I think a real big one is like the VA home loan. So active duty, you can get it after 6 months. Reserve side, you got to do 6 years unless you do a mobilization. If you have 180 days or more on a mobilization or deployment, then you qualify. So, yeah, especially if you get the disability rating, which I saw that you just asked that, what VA rating should someone strive for? It's not really a matter of striving for. I mean, ideally, and I don't know if it was you, Benjamin, you or somebody else had asked about 50%. 50% is when you start, there's different tiers. So like if you have only 10%, you're bumped down as far as appointments. Like I'm 100%, so I get like first pick of appointments, things like that. But 50% starts to qualify for more things. But even a 0 rating, if you guys don't have any type of injuries, and we all have something, I don't care, whatever branch, you're going to have hearing loss, you're going to have something. But you want to go and at least apply for a 0 rating. And I know Aaron had said that he had a 0 rating. You don't automatically have a 0 rating. You have to apply for it because they may say, okay, we recognize whatever you submit, injury. We recognize it, but we're not going to give you any money for it. But we recognize it happened on active duty, so we give you a 0 rating. And by having even a 0 rating, you get points for applying for jobs and things compared to somebody who's a veteran that has no rating. But you want at least like 10 to get your VOC rehab. VOC rehab is something, especially when you get out. Like I said, I already used up, I had 48 months of the GI Bill because I used the 30 and then the 9/11. So I had 48 months. And then I also had the VOC rehab, 12 more months. And say if I was going to go for like a law degree where I need, 7-8 years of school, they would have paid for it. Along with, I know I had mentioned this, I think it was my last stream, not married, but if I was married, my spouse could go to school because of my disability rating. My kids, even if I adopted kids, they can go to school. So yeah, there's a lot of great benefits people don't know about. So many of you that are in Texas, you get extra money for you or your spouse or kids. So, and every state has a little bit different. I like for parking, being disabled in Florida. A lot of people don't understand. If you have a disabled veterans parking plate, license plate, you're 100%. So, for instance, I can park for free. And I made a video about this. You can park for free anywhere in Florida at an airport or train station. So I save like $2,000 per year, not having to pay for parking, park at the airport. I'll go home to see my parents for a couple of weeks, come back, it's like $300-400 and I don't pay. You go down to the beach, park, I can park anywhere with that plate. I don't have to pay. So a lot of little things even like that, and every state's different. Yeah, really, trust me, I would rather have 0 disabilities. I really would, because of the pain physically that I'm in constantly. And the VA's option is always medicate you. If I showed you my medicine cabinet and underneath my sink, it's crazy. I have a whole pharmacy because they won't take a lot of the drugs back. But now, and I see an acupuncturist. They opened up a few weeks ago. They have safety protocols when I come in, wear a mask and all that. But I go to acupuncturists, help me immensely because the VA is not having appointments since this all started. But yeah, trust me, my depression and all, I don't want any of that stuff. I mean, I'm thankful that I qualified to get disability because there's times like for the 3-week period where I made no videos because I was depressed. That's my problem is like going and getting a job, because if something happens, I have an episode and yeah, I would give all the money back. I would actually pay if I knew I wouldn't have any injuries. Still can't get over the milk first before cereal. And was that Danielle? Who said that? No, or was it Haley? One of you had said that they do the same thing. I think I tried it once and it wasn't a conscious thing. And I had cereal everywhere. Benjamin, should I always be going to sick call to have them documented? You only want to go to sick call if you really have something wrong with you. My first 4 years, I had nothing. Actually, more than that. I joined in 89. I didn't have an injury until 2004 when I broke my ankle. And even then, they told me it was a sprain and they put an ace bandage on it. That's what the commander told me, the doctor. I had a little E3 corpsman come in and looked at it. He's like, man, I never saw a spiral fracture like that on an x-ray. I had never seen an x-ray in my life until I saw my x-ray. And I could look at it and see it was broken. So, yeah, document. But, I'm lucky that when I went to Kuwait multiple times, Iraq, Afghanistan, I'm lucky I had it documented because I learned the hard way for other things. I was fortunate enough that I had documented like the crud everywhere I went, Kuwaiti crud, Iraqi crud, Afghan crud. And every time I got it, it lasted longer. Like my last deployment, it was almost a whole deployment. So it developed between that and other issues I had with sand and stuff, developed my respiratory issues to where, I got a disability rating for that. I don't want that. I have a problem breathing at times. There's Eric. Once you get past quarantine, you go through boot camp as normal, but there is a change coming up. Can't talk about it. Sorry. No problem. I understand that. I keep telling everyone, be fluid. Things are constantly changing, and you guys will learn that throughout your whole career. You hear hurry up and wait, and then be fluid. But yeah. Matt, do you have your milk before cereal in boot camp? Eric, do they have the little cereals, the little containers that you pull the top off? Because I know someone else told me they did not. And any military base I've ever been to, that's what they had. What else we got here? I don't think so. It was a comment Aaron made yesterday. Yeah, with his cereal. He puts the milk in before the cereal. Okay, thanks. Earlier, did you say you were an OS1? Yes. So many questions about OS last night. So many questions. That's one of the ratings I would have probably picked if I would have known about it when I went to boot camp, because I didn't know to ask questions. I was very, very naive. But yeah, I heard that PFT might change in like July, something about planks instead of sit-ups, rowing instead of running, something like that. Yeah, you guys should just be prepared regardless, especially your home, be doing planks now. For those of you that are having a problem with like push-ups, like I mentioned, do like wall push-up, you have to do them on your knees, whatever. You want to do different sets, squats, push-ups, still can do some sit-ups or like flutter kicks, 8-count bodybuilders, like 4-count jumping jacks, go outside, do sprints, walks, run, change it up. We talked a little bit last night about like Carrie had mentioned about like the pacer test. Yeah. Because when you guys, especially for those before any changes do happen, because you're going to have changes periodically here and there throughout boot camp. But you're going to be, not running for a while. Unlike that, you make and eat a certain way. Yeah. You get in the habit of it. I know I developed some like weird habits when I was overseas, and trying to think of some like now, but which I can't. But I know like I would come home and my parents would be like, why are you doing, whatever that way? And I was like, learn to adapt and overcome, especially when you're overseas and your resources are limited. Benjamin, how hard is it at 50%? Is the math 50? Simple like 10, 10, 10. No, it's not. There's a whole chart. There's even a couple websites where you can plug in the numbers and it does the math for you. But I call it VA math. It's really weird. You basically need like 170, 180% to qualify as their 100%. What do you plan to do in the civilian side, and how old are you, if I may ask? I'm old enough to be all of your mothers. Now I'm in my 50s, and I just do. I did a lot of like graphic work before this all happened. Like I said, I just graduated with another associate's degree in graphic web design. So I was just doing that, photography. I do a lot of artwork. I taught myself like stained glass, fused glass, things like that from YouTube. Do a lot of items to where, I was selling them. Do my own thing. When for a while before, like 2012 to 2017, I was a firearms instructor. So, yeah. What are some cool bases in the U.S. in the Navy? I only heard Hawaii and San Diego. I like San Diego bases, Coronado, all that. I enjoy those. Never been to Hawaii. That's still on my list. Never made it to Hawaii. Never made it to Guam. Never made it to Japan, because I never made the Westpac. So, but yeah, spent a big chunk of my career, almost 8 years up in Norfolk, both on a ship and then over on the air side. But, all bases, been to a lot of Army bases and all, they all have basically the same thing. Benjamin, it depends on what you get for breaking my ligaments. Ooh, yeah. Said I had that damage too, and it's just, I actually have a small tear in both of my Achilles. In the VA, they said they just have to wait for it to rip before they'll do anything. So I'm just like dreading that if that happens. Have metal put in. I only got 10%. Like I said, there's a whole instruction on that, and it tells you, it breaks it down exactly. What is 20%, what is 30%, so on and so forth. You got an extra 20 for the scars from the surgery. It depends. Yes, it does depend. And this is something that's messed up. I had complications. I honestly should have died when my appendix ruptured. And the scar, because not like a normal, if you get your appendix out, they go laparoscopy through your belly button. I have a big scar. They just had to cut me open because my body was septic. And civilian doctor, down here stationed at Southcom, so I had to see a civilian. So I had my surgery and everything. And to this day, that happened in 2007. To this day, that whole area, it like itches. But when I touch the scar, I don't feel that I'm touching it. It's weird. So like I got 10% for the scar, which is weird because they said that was service connected, but my appendicitis was not. So it's like logic doesn't always make sense when your rater rates you. And that's a lot of times where a lot of people have to go and appeal it. But it depends on when Big Navy changes the change, then it will change. Yep. Garrett says to me, don't forget about Operation Homefront for disabled veterans. True. Best friend got a house given to him for like 100%. I actually helped build a lot of those homes up in the Tampa area. Yep. But once again, it's, like the ones I built for, they were like quadriplegics, and, there's different, I don't know about your friend, but there's different criteria for that. But that's something for those of you, you can even volunteer once the quarantine allows it, lifts. The mission continues. I'm a part of that. It's throughout the U.S., even down like Puerto Rico. And we do all kinds of volunteering out in the community. So the mission continues. After you're done serving, you continue with your mission, helping others. I recommend anybody check it out. They also, if you just want to volunteer and you're not a military member, some people, they allow them to come in as long as, like, if, say, for instance, me, I'd be like, I'll vouch for you. Yes. And that's we built a lot of the homes doing that. So that was great. Haley says to Eric, I'm trying to go back to boot camp as an OS. OS is like the eyes of the ship, right? Radar and tracking. Is that all they do? I'm glad actually Eric's in here because, yeah, Haley, you were one of them asking about the whole OS thing. Haley says, nope, I'm normal. I put cereal before milk. Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember you said that now. You're normal. Matt says, from what I know, the plank change doesn't have a date to it. That's what I heard too. But, when the nav admin comes out, some active people think it'll be like after October, but I don't know. I'm not in yet. I still, like I said, I'm still a part of the Chiefs mess down here for the retired side, along with those that are still active. And so I still get a lot of that stuff before, as soon as the nav admins come out, before it, basically hits the streets for other people. But I haven't heard. I've never tried milk before cereal. I might try it tomorrow. Don't let Aaron hear you say that. Benjamin, can I get free x-ray in the Army? What do you want an x-ray of? If you need it, if there's a need for it, all your medical's covered. If you're married, I know Brian had asked me about that. If you're married, your spouse is covered, kids are covered. So that's the kind of stuff you have to think about. So many individuals I know, I have some of my sailors that are still serving on active, to where they're like, before all this coronavirus, I don't know if any of them are watching, but they're like, Chief, I really want to get out. I did 6 years, but I want to get out on the civilian side. And you really have to think about it, because even if you're, E4, E5, you think you're not making a lot of money, you can go make more on the civilian side. It's not necessarily that easy, unless you have like a real good hookup. And even like now, I know people that like got out to go run their parents' business, and look what's happening to where the businesses aren't functioning. Especially too, if you have a spouse and kids, especially the kids, you're getting all that medical for free, all those benefits. That is, thousands of dollars, depending on what may happen. So you have to consider all that in. And that's actually something I'm going to be working on with the video. Eric said to Haley, yes, that's a big part, but we're also air controllers, link operators. We are in every warfare area. Air controllers, you're talking about on the ship, correct? Yeah, because I've never seen like an AC on a ship, but yes. I always thought it'd be cool to just be up there in the CIC, because, I've gone on some of the like Fleet Week, being a chief, Master Chief and all will take us to certain areas of the ship that regular civilians can't see. And the technology today, I'm just like, wow. Three bag meals a day. Yes. I heard that today was different, not turkey, turkey, turkey. Miko Chief, where have you traveled to? I always joke around. I've traveled to everywhere except for where I really wanted to go. This is what I like about where I travel. Places that you would never go as a civilian unless you were like a contractor for a company working for the government. So like, Afghanistan, Qatar. I never made it to Bahrain. I had the option, but I never went. Kuwait multiple times, Iraq, over in Europe, to different places in Spain, France, Italy, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. I was stationed in Saudi Arabia for Desert Storm, and then all over the U.S. But, Panama, South America areas. Yeah. And then like in the US, I was in Puerto Rico for quite a while, out in Seattle, all over California, Norfolk, down here in Miami, like at South Palm. So, and then that's where I was stationed, but then I traveled other places, like traveled to Germany and things, depending on where my need was. Yeah, because like even when I was in Afghanistan, I was stationed at Bagram, the largest base, but I traveled throughout the whole country. So, but yeah, I always joke around. I never, like I said, got to go to the places I really wanted to. I forget who said it, but someone's like, now you can do it because you're retired, which is true. Take advantage of that space A flight. Benjamin, can you talk about all the bases you've been to and rate from 1 to 10? At the base, because when I went to Alameda, that base basically closed. It's just MSC, Military Sea Lift Commands there. Point Magoo out in LA, I actually liked that base a lot. Key West, actually multiple bases in Key West. A lot of people are not aware of that. I've been down there multiple times for different orders. Didn't really care for Key West. It's a party scene. A lot of silly drunks. What else? Like I said, I spent almost 8 years up in Norfolk. It was cool when I first got there because I was from a small town in Michigan. But then after, it's not for me. Out in Virginia Beach, Oceana. I was there for quite a while. A lot of the ratings, especially like aviation, you'll hear not everyone, but a lot of people will go from maybe Lemoore to Norfolk, back to Lemoore. So some people travel more than others. Stop. But yeah. No. Come on. Mommy's busy. Stop it. Miko's talking about shadow boxing. Everyone, it'll help with your stamina. I love shadow boxing. I love boxing. I wish I had speed bag on my patio. Started thinking about it. I was like, I wish I had a speed bag. I wish I had my roller blades because I got rid of my older set. I was actually going to get a new set right before all this happened. But like Army bases, I spent one whole summer on orders up in Fort Bragg. I talked about that on one of Aaron's live feeds. That's where I learned to skydive because I went over to Rayford and did an 8-hour course and did a free fall, and then started jumping on my own to get certifications. That base I liked. I think that's the largest base, I think, from what I was told. I haven't researched it, but yeah, I've been to a different, like Howard Air Force Base down in Panama. That was the first time I had Air Force food. Great food. Can't remember the base. It's in Tucson. It's an Air Force base. I was there for doing security work. I know I talked about it in a video that I was supposed to go there guarding a skiff and all the intel, and I ended up guarding owls. Needs of the Navy. It shifted at the moment, which was quite comical. What else? Danielle, hi, I'm back, still here hiding. Can't believe how quiet you are tonight, Danielle. For everyone, you're talking about May 27th, and I'll just be prepared in case your date shifts again. I know someone had said that earlier. They're shifted to the fall. I'll be sure to get in contact with you while you're in quarantine to pick your brain. Yep, the gang's all here. But I don't think Aaron's here anymore. Went and got some cereal, and I don't know what happened to him. Besides Colin and Aaron, so true. Yeah, I haven't seen Colin tonight. I thought Danielle wasn't here last night, but she was. But Colin's not here. I'm kind of disappointed in myself. My stamina is terrible. I used to box for 7 years and then stopped. Start back up. Especially like shadow boxing. You can do that at home and all. Yeah. I used to box, and it is a great workout. It is. I actually have my CrossFit jump rope, and I went outside and did that for a couple days because I love jumping rope, but I'm not that good at it, but I need to practice. Oh, hold on. Same thing here happened to my stepdad. He has a huge scar on his belly. Yeah. That I do. My war wound. Actually, I think if it would have been, it might have been a worse scar. I think one reason, I mean, I know it's because I was septic, but I also think because like my doctor was old as dirt, and I don't know if he could see. He's like, Benjamin says, okay. Same thing happened. You said that. Jeff, I had my one testicle removed through the VA at a civilian hospital. You get disability for that, Jeff? Was that like related to the military or anything? Miko, don't be. It's nice to hear you were also a boxer. Yeah, I don't think you really hear much about people being boxers. Did you know Chief boxed also? Yep. Said I was offered a professional fight. Everyone talked me out of it. Did not know. That's awesome. I loved it. Yeah, I wish they had more. Most of the gyms are out east by the water. I'm like 8 miles from the beach. I wish somebody would open a gym up this way. Probably join again. I don't think. Check for those of you that, you know, like to a base, check to see if you have something on base or if the gym might have self-defense. Yeah, the cardio workout is great. How is San Diego base? I'll be on LS OPSEC. San Diego, I mean, it's nice. There's a lot of traffic. If you're not, you know, used to it, accustomed to a lot of traffic, especially at certain hours. I know a lot of people eventually, as they make rank, they live out like, was it Temecula or, you know, north of there. I was at the 32nd Street. I was also at, I said Coronado. I like Coronado. But there's also I know there's, is it Point Loma? There's multiple bases there, but that base, it was where like MNs went. Stop, honey. But yeah, the whole area, I mean, it's nice, but go away from the tourist areas, you know, off the beaten path. Some Gumby, they don't have the cups of cereal anymore. You know, overseas, they allowed you to take stuff out of the galley, and that was always the big thing. If you could get it was the green one, the Pops, something Pops, you could trade it for anything. Like getting the Skittles, MREs, you could trade for just about anything on base. Love boxing. It helped me out when I had to lose weight for MEPS. Boxing is just phenomenal, especially when you get to spar. I don't know if Carrie's still in here. She's probably gone. But yeah, I know she was talking about with the cardio and L2 with like helping for the run. Definitely. Hey, Gina, I see you're in the chat. Definitely, if you can, do some jump roping because that helps with your breathing. Brian, the price running, you get the $2,000 bonus if you pass your test. So you got it right, Brian? Or you should have got it. Awesome. Physical test, or do you have to pass the question exam as well? Gina says, I'll send you pics of Bahrain. Served with Gina's husband. He was a IS chief. Sorry, I don't know if Gina's still in the chat. Sorry, I did not make it to Bahrain the last few years when you guys were there. I wanted to, but it just wasn't happening. Brian's not surprised. The 06 galley food is empty 90% of the time. You guys that go to boot camp now, you guys really lucked out, because when we went back in the day, I'm sure Jeff can attest to this, we had work week. So your 6th week, 6th or 7th, I forget what it was. But you did a whole 7 days of working, generally in the galley, KP duty. I was in the CC, the RDC's galley, so I had to serve their food and all the scrubbing dishes. And we worked 15 plus hour days. It was crazy. But I know they stopped that in 2003. But you will have to do that like on your ship and stuff. You have FSA duty, they call it now. Brian says, just pass your required sit-ups, push-ups in runtime. San Diego is amazing. Eric's been out there, but very big base, easy to get lost. True. From the dry side to wet side, have fun and enjoy. Yeah. So many people I know that have been stationed out in San Diego, they love it. I mean, I liked it, but I think one reason a lot of people like it is because of the weather. I live in South Florida, so I'm like used to humidity. There was one thing, no matter where I was in California, how much water I drank, it didn't matter. I was always dehydrated. But out of all the bases, I like San Diego the best. San Diego, and then Point Mugu was also up there. Which base in Puerto Rico? Rosie Roads. Rosie Roads. I usually stayed in Fajardo and go into Rosie Roads. There's only one time I ever had to stay on base when they had the was Navy Lodge there, but usually it was booked up. I miss Puerto Rico. I loved the runs and stuff. That's about the only time I would enjoy running, because we would run through the hills, familiar with it, where the hospital is on the mountain, and we would jump down in like the pier side, and we would do all kinds of swimming, and yeah, I loved it. Tamiko, I sparred this one girl, and she ended up kicking me in my gut because I didn't let her hit me, and I cried. I was like 10 at the time. My trainer called me hot pepper. How is it living there? Brian's asking. Eric, I plan on bringing my future wife there. I hear it's expensive, but should I look for apartments or do on-base housing? I don't know if he answered you. It's expensive, yes. All California is expensive. Base housing is a good idea, but you can find a decent apartment. Yeah, I have a couple sailors that are out there, E4 and E5. They live with their wife off base. So you're going to get the money. So. Yep. I think I always thought it'd be cool to be like a military spouse. It's like a military brat. I think it'd be cool just to travel. Let's see. This one time I sparred the owner of the gym. He got me with a liver shot. Yeah, that's not good. Jeff says, I wish. Haley, good luck to y'all going to boot camp in the fall winter. You're all going to freeze. I'm actually from where I'm originally from. It's actually colder than Great Lakes. But I was so happy I went to Orlando. Wish I could go in the cold. I hate the heat. Really, go? I don't know. Especially if you guys, like for the summer, depending on any changes with everything going on with the virus, like having to wear your little mask, your scarf with the heat. Carrie says, I'm here. I actually want to try that pace, the pace test. I may do that at some point. I thought about maybe I could go to the park, but Yeah, we'll have to see with how many people are there. Jeff, they have a homeless scene in San Diego nowadays. All throughout, California. We have a ton down here in South Florida. And I always said, if you're gonna be homeless, perfect place to be is South Florida because it's so nice year round. But unfortunately, many of them are veterans. Great Lakes, it's cold at another level of cold. The wind alone is awful. Yes, my parents' home is right on Lake Superior. So I am more than familiar. January, February, it's like 30 below with wind chill. I'm very familiar. That's one reason I no longer live there. How hot does it get in boot camp? Gina says, hi. Yeah. I'll have to come visit you guys, Gina, when this travel issue is resolved here. Carrie, do you have to pass the run, sit-ups, and curl-ups for 2,000? Yes, you have to. Whatever your son's time is, you have to do that. And I think I read it off last night. You said your son's 24, so I read that off last night. I wish I would have had that when I went through. Trust me, I'd rather be in that hot weather right now than 108 where I live. Yeah, it's the high 90s here. The only thing I hate about the heat is my air conditioning bill. That's what I hate. I don't know. I'm used to Texas heat. Chicago, Great Lakes is awful for me. Yeah, it's just, it's like when I went, it was like 30 below. And when I left in January, and when I flew down to Orlando, it was 89 degrees. So more than 100-degree difference. I got a cold. I got sick instantly. Yeah, and I had living in my hometown. I was never sweating. I never sweat. I did it for years and years later. So I was constantly overheating, and I would always hear medic because I would like turn beet red and yeah. San Diego Comic-Con. Never been there. I always wanted to go. One day. Yes, service week, but company never did the galley. You were lucky. We all did the galley except for like the Yeoman, RDC. They had like compartment watch for the for the whole day for the week. I mean, the RDC's little favorites. I did escort duty, escorting psych holds to the head shrink. Texas does get very humid. Yes. That's something, like I've been to Dallas, Fort Worth, stationed there. I was down in San Diego where I taught some classes. Never made it to Houston though. Yeah, Corpus Christi, I was offered some orders down there. I did not take them. I wish I would have. And I can imagine it's very hot there. Haley, I'm 2, but I prefer the cold. Yeah. I think a lot of guys that I've talked to, they prefer the cold. Benjamin, what are some things you can do in San Diego? When I was out there, the whole California area, Point Mugu, LA, that whole entire area, I always thought it was neat that you can, just drive a little bit out of the area and you're in the desert, different hiking, like Joshua Tree, I would go up. I mean, that's a little bit of a drive, but I would go up, do some rock climbing. You have the mountains. It's nice. And I don't know, I find it very peaceful. But in the area, I mean, there's a lot of like tourist areas and stuff, which like I said, no matter where I would go, it was overseas, Italy or whatever. I never did like the MWR tours. I never went to all the tourist traps. I always went and found my own thing to do. But yeah, when I was out there, I always went to Joshua Tree and places like that. Went to a couple indoor climbing areas. Is it Seta 2K? Hello. Is it true that the Navy teaches you to swim if you don't know how? Yeah, they will. But if you can practice, if you have access to a pool, which I know it's difficult right now, but I recommend, doing that. As far as swimming, and then I know a lot of people have an issue with like the prone float, putting your face in. But yeah, you can't graduate. They'll send you to classes. Oh, my room's ready. How's Chief doing, Gina? Yep. Danielle, hi. Sorry, I keep coming in and out. Quiet because I've been busy today. The phone mostly, but I'm here. I'm always listening. I appreciate it. See, Natalie's not here either. She's probably out delivering pizzas. Pizzas. Jeff, I'm in the foremost southern counties in Texas. I didn't think I knew that you were in Texas. The Gulf Coast Mexican War. I had some, down in San Antonio, I had some real Mexican food. I thought I had Mexican food before. No. When I went to San Antonio, amazing food. Chief, tell us your ghost stories. Ghost stories. I told it last night. Weren't you on there? I told you last night my two main stories. Gina, he's great. He has his own special homemade food now, so he's getting skinny. Wow. Yeah, I miss Chief. He's a boxer. I remember how Bella, the cat that I've showed you guys, when she met, that was her first dog she met, and she was like 8 weeks old, and I heard her hiss, meow, anything. When she saw him, it was like, it was quite comical, and he just thought it was great. But yeah, I miss having a dog. I miss you guys living down here too. Miko, Chiefkin, your cats do tricks. One of my kids, he fetches like a dog. That's about it. He really is the best. She was not a fan of him. He just, yeah. I don't know why, because I mean, he's just so lovable. But you know what? I'm probably never going to be able to have a dog because of her, unfortunately. Because the VA keeps trying to give me a dog. I was like, it ain't going to happen. 2 more years, and I'll be back stateside. Awesome. I thought you guys were in Georgia. I thought you moved. You're still in Bahrain? Because if you're in Bahrain, then maybe at some point I can come out. We'll see. Yeah, it's been a challenging few years since you guys left. Yeah, still in Bahrain. And you must have extended then, because you were only doing what, 2-3 years? It's been at least that. But that's good though. Good for his career. Like I said, her husband's Intel, and he also does it on the civilian side for all of you that want to be ISs in Georgia for December. I saw that. Okay, so you were just visiting for the holidays. Okay, extended twice. Awesome. Jeff, I was wondering why when you said if I'm awake, and I was like, if you're awake, but it makes sense with the time difference. I watched them bring in the old Forrestal class carriers near where I live to be scrapped during my second carrier independence. It's so sad to see them scrapped. So I know my ship was scrapped a while back, and it was perfectly good. Drake, Chief, what do you know about Regional Honor Guard? Regional, you're talking about where you're at? Are you reserves, Drake? Yeah, 620. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I do. Been doing live streams almost every night for the last few weeks on a new active duty sailor. Kind of took him under my wing and been mentoring him. Chief, do you know what the chances of me getting sent to sea duty first is? It's a possibility. It is a possibility. I know you were talking about like you wanted Hawaii and stuff, but it's a possibility. Now, if you were to go to a ship like in San Diego, chances are you would go to Hawaii. And there's also ships based out of Hawaii. So that'd be kind of cool. Ships are a good thing. Do you have any funny hazing stories? I have a lot of hazing stories, but they are, I would say, like not politically correct. Sean says, hi, you just woke up. Hi, Sean, love and miss you. Yeah. Night, everyone. Thanks, Chief. Night, Tuan. See you next time. Hazing stories, like I said, the we used to tack on the crows where you would get punched. I know I had talked about that a little bit until people got carried away and the bruising got so bad to where then people started like fracturing people's arms. People, they, like I said, they get carried away and they take it too far. And then like for the whole crossing the equator, it was basically, some of it was humiliating. Some of the stuff I'm glad they changed the way they did it, but not everything. But I'm trying to think of what else, like for Blue Nose. I had just missed Blue Nose when I checked on. I can't remember what they did there. I know, like, I heard, like, on if it was an all-male ship back then, most of the ships were, guys would run around like in their underwear when they up north to get their blue nose, and then they would dip their nose in the water. But yes, I really would prefer shore duty first because I want Hawaii super bad. I know you said that. So would you recommend me choosing West Coast at A school to maybe get that opportunity in Hawaii? Like if you happen to go to shore duty and I would say West Coast, yes, because one, if you go to like say San Diego, if you're on shore duty, you could take leave, just take a plane over. If you're on a ship, I know quite a few people that have been stationed on different ships out there in Hawaii. You're living in Hawaii, especially depending on your rank, if you're not married and stuff, you go live out in town. And then you do all the Westpac stuff when you go underway on a ship. So yeah, I had the opportunity for San Diego and I didn't take it. I wish I would have. I said Norfolk. Do all ships have family fun days at sea where family can visit the ship? Are you talking about Tiger Cruise, like when they come back type thing? All the ships that I was on one ship and then I did like TAD to other ships. But all the ships I know of, yes, they have done it at one point or another. Chief, did you say you had MM friends you were going to get on the live stream? I have somebody in every rating. And everyone always tells me, yes, I'll do it. I have people, active duty, reserve, FTS, people that went from reserve to active, active to reserve, active to FTS. But then when it comes time to set up something, they back out because they're like, wait a minute, YouTube. So like anyone in the world can see this, and they back out. But I am working on it. Yeah. Yeah. Because Daniel, wherever you go, and I know you were talking about like Pentagon and everything later on, but West Coast, like if you get like up in Whidbey Island, up in like the Puget Sound area, if you have a choice, I personally did not like that area. Just lots of rain and gloomy days. West Coast, I would definitely recommend like San Diego if you can get it. Ship, shore duty, whichever. I think I'm going to call an early night. I have finals next week and I haven't studied at all. Yes, definitely do. So get some rest. Chief, if all goes well, I'll do a video with you about MMs. That'd be awesome. Definitely awesome. Milton's in the house. Milton. Chief, I'm going to A school for AO after boot camp. Is there any advice you can give me on the rating? I didn't like it. I know Aaron didn't like to hear that. So on the rating, a lot of it's going to depend on if you're to a ship, a squadron. There's going to be so many different factors, but especially if you decide to make it a career, or even if you don't, like I've talked about, Navy Cool, get your certifications, set yourself up for success when you leave the Navy. Regardless if that's 4 years, 20 years, 30 years. But yeah, in boot camp, do what you got to do. You know, AO school, study, try to do well to get choice of orders if possible. I know, like Aaron talked about, he was told pick overseas, East or West Coast. So, you know, but depending on if you get a ship, you get a squadron, it's all going to be different. I was with a Helo squadron, and that's why I didn't like it. If I would have been attached to a ship, working with ordnance on the flight deck, even working with elevators, because there's so many things you can do as an AO. I would have enjoyed it. But working, I was with the H-60s. I didn't care for it. AOs, AD wannabe. Yeah. But yeah, anyone I talked to that was on a carrier, they loved being AO. Lots of hands-on experience. Yeah, I think, like I said, if I would have been on a carrier, it would have been different for me. But PRs. The PRs I served with, they were in spec when I was in spec war with the SEALs. And I used to actually watch them, like, so, you know, for the shoots and doing different packing of the shoots. And, you know, I thought it was pretty cool. But I've only known a few of them in my career. And from what I've been told, generally waiting to class up for A schools, that going to take a bit. Okay, yeah, because I was unsure if I'd have more opportunities East Coast since closer to Washington. So I guess more connections, but thank you for the advice. Yeah, I noticed when I was stationed in Norfolk, and then like when I went on orders to Point Mugu, San Diego and stuff, East and West Coast is very relaxed. And I never understood really, but Norfolk, because it's so close to DC, all politicians, politics, you know, the admirals and stuff, it's much more uptight. Yeah. But you're welcome, Milton. Yeah, I have a couple of friends that are actually stationed up, both currently serving, both Air Force and Navy, working at the Pentagon. And I also have their GS government, work for the government that are up there making good money. I'm just hoping I don't get stuck in Groton, Connecticut. You know, I had a MA1 done in the reserves, and as an MA1, I forget how many years he had in, at least 8. He got to go active duty, crossed over. Everybody else got to pick their orders. They had their orders were either Bahrain or Japan, and then when their orders were over, they got the opposite. But he was the only one. He didn't get to pick orders, and they told him, "You're going to Groton." And I was just like, "Wow." I've been to Groton, and I didn't care for it. Yeah, but yep. What else? So Drake, are you a PR currently, or are you going in as a PR? Yeah, I have some photos somewhere. I actually have some videos. I don't even know if they're going to be any good because they were the old 8mm and they've been sitting in the heat. So maybe I can try and find some way, somebody to restore them. But I have all kinds of video from like when I was working with the PRs and stuff. I'm just hoping I don't get stuck in Groton. Yes, 7 weeks is enough. Yeah. I think it'd be pretty cool being on a sub, but like I said, I don't know if I could deal with it for a whole deployment as far as just not seeing the sunlight. 3+ years. Yeah, my the sailor I served with, he did his whole first contract there. But yeah, one went to Maryland as MA, which is also rare. So, but yeah, so many like for the MAs on active duty, they go to Bahrain or Japan. I could always visit Hawaii, haha. So if I'd have more connections with East Coast, then it's definitely something to look into more. Needs over wants. 100%. Yeah. One thing is like on the East Coast, because I had quite a few sailors that would go over there for rim pack on the operations, or they would do like 3 weeks of AT, and just the flight. It's a long flight, from Miami area to LA and then over. I would visit the Netherlands. I would like to. I've never been there. I'm a PR currently, active duty, been for 2 years. How do you like it, Drake? Because we have Carrie. Carrie's still here. Her son's actually getting ready to head to boot camp. He's going to be a PR. So I know she was asking me some questions about it. If you get Hawaii to Danielle, I have all the spots for you. Talking about Gina, not as long as the flights to Bahrain. I'm more than familiar with that. The flights to Afghanistan and all. I usually just sleep, can watch some movies, have my music, but I just sleep. Hello, Laura. Hello. How are you doing tonight? Is that initials for something, or is that an actual name? RHON 15. Danielle, Matt, it'd be a dream. I definitely let someone know. I actually had plans this year. Every year I go somewhere for my birthday, and I had plans originally to go to Hawaii. That's not happening now. But there's always next year. Yep. I can't believe you guys came all the way over here to Georgia, that long flight. But then again, wasn't that for your dad's passing? I feel like coconut tastes better in Hawaii. I don't know. I like picking them down here from the trees and eating them nice and fresh. I don't blame you. I've said quite a few prayers for getting sent back here after sub school. Try to make the best of it wherever you're at. I know it can be difficult at times. All fruits are 100 times better here. Is that the soil? Is that why? Is that where you're at, Matt? Are you in Hawaii right now? It'd be kind of neat, like if you had like a map, and it would light up and show where everybody's at. That'd be pretty cool. We did the flight in October for his passing to Tennessee and Georgia for Megan's graduation. I don't miss those flights. I do not. Yeah. When I was coming back from Afghanistan, we went up to Kazakhstan, and then we went to Germany, and then we came home, and I slept the whole way. I was just like mentally drained. Matt says, yeah, I teach out here on Big Island. Awesome. Yeah, never been to Hawaii, but that is my plan. I was actually out when I was planning on going. I was looking at the Airbnb because they were so much cheaper than the hotels. I'm turning 39 next year. Is it okay to go to the Navy? I want to reserve so that I have more with my time with my family and get other sideline. What advice do you have? Make sure you're doing it because 39 is a cutoff. It is the cutoff. Reserves, especially if you have something else on the side, it's great to do that. What type of job rating are you looking at? Any idea? And have you talked to a recruiter yet? I want to cross rate to MA and go into the reserves. What do MAs do in the reserves? If you're at a NOSC, which is maybe operational support centers, just building base, so to speak, usually run the urinalysis, and you can stand, depending on where you're at, quite often, like gate guard duty, checking IDs. But then you go, depending on what unit you're attached to, if you're like a force protection, like there's one at West Palm, they go do all their 2-week ATs in the Bahamas. They have a lot of great orders too. They had an amazing, we made chief together, and now she just a couple weeks ago pinned on Master Chief. Amazing Master at Arms leader, and I mean, she was getting people for the reserves. They do a lot, like with the presidential election coming up. They take the MAs. Some people do it for a couple weeks. Some do it for a few months. And I mean, there's so many opportunities with mobilizations, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Djibouti, yeah, all over. I had mentioned, you weren't here, I don't believe, but I had mentioned earlier that like the USNS Comfort up in New York, when they headed out, they wanted MAs. So a lot of good opportunities if you want to do a lot of active time, but otherwise, like any reserve job, if you're not actively in a cross-assigned unit, like a Mesron or something where you're doing something every month, you're going to sit on your butt a lot, unfortunately, at NOSC. Benjamin's still here. Whenever I think about how long 4 years is in the military, I think about how long 4 years of high school was. Any tips? Was military long for you, or was it just a normal day-to-day for you? It was a normal day-to-day. And I actually put it off after high school for 4 years because I was like, I'm not going to commit for 4 years. That's a long time. Because it seems like that when you're younger. But then after I went in, after 4 years, I looked back and I was like, wow, 4 years went by. I can't believe this. And then before I knew it, 28 years went by and I retired. So, you know, time is time, but no. Would you recommend Navy for family life? Yes, but it can be a difficult life. You have to have, you know, your spouse has to be very supportive, because you're going to miss a lot of birthdays, anniversaries, holidays in general. So, especially when you're underway on a ship or even in the reserves, like mobilizing. Are you an E7? What's the officer equivalent? I was enlisted. I wasn't, so it's no officer enlisted. But I was a chief. Wow, so many opportunities for everyone. It makes me emotional. Yeah, you guys, I mean, like I said, I'm excited for all of you. And if I had a chance to do it all over, like if I was allowed to right now, I would definitely do it over. I definitely would. Even, you know, and I've had a lot of bad experiences in the Navy, but I try to do my best to focus on the good stuff. And, you know, there's so many opportunities, active and reserve. Why is Korea an 8-month rotation? I have no idea. I guess that's Army. So probably just because of the location, you know, certain duty stations overseas, they can be considered less time-wise because of, from my understanding, I know some Navy people that were stationed there, but they can't bring their spouse. So it's like a hardship type duty. I love the fruit. It's the first thing I eat when I visit Hawaii. Now I'm curious. I want to go to Hawaii to see, especially what the food tastes like. How long did it take you to get to chief? I made it after 19 years. Once again, choose your rate, choose your fate. If you have a rating that has a lot of promotion, you know, it's like if you were a chief right now, you may never, you know, or a chief right now. If you were a corpsman right now, you may never make chief. It's so locked up. So you never know. Still never you didn't talk to a recruiter. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines and I finished college, undergrad, dental technologies. Okay, so yeah, you know, take your ASVAB, study for your ASVAB, especially, you know, go down and talk to a recruiter. With your age, you need to do that ASAP because 39 is the cutoff. So especially with everything going on with the virus, everything's, you know, it's taking longer to process to in the Navy. And so it doesn't matter, active or reserves it's much longer with meeting with the recruiter, with going to MEPS. A lot of MEPS stations are closed right now. They should be opening up, I would think. And I only say that because, you know, some of the states are reopening certain things. But yeah, study your ASVAB. If you need the ASVAB book, you can email me. I'll send it to you. But study. And the college degree too, you get money for signing up. And it's a nice chunk of money. Nice chunk. All right. Really nice, Laura. They reopened the mall where you live. Are you kidding, Nico? I don't know. I'm still down here. It's weird because like most of Florida is open except for South Florida. We're still on lockdown. So, I mean, we have the most population out of the state, millions of people. But yeah, I won't be going to a mall or that if they open it. Thank you. You're welcome. Whatever you guys need. Let me write down your email. All right. Yeah. I'll email it out whenever I finish tonight. Yeah, I have the 2018-19 ASVAB book along with some practice exams. So what could people possibly need from the mall? You know, I think a lot of this, though, is also this whole new normal is going to change things for us because so many people have been shopping online more often. And it's like, for a lot of things, it's more convenient. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe a lot of people won't even go back to their old life, you know, with the mall and stuff. I miss going to the movies. That's what I miss. And then some of my favorite restaurants, even though there's a few that have closed. There was a mom and pa Chinese place. I've been going there for years and I loved it. And it was when we first closed down, I went over there and they were closed. And then I went a few weeks after that because it was right by my doctor's. They're closed and they're probably not going to bounce back. But yeah. How long is deployment Kuwait? Can you ask for deployment? You can generally volunteer, yes. Even with the Army National Guard and stuff, we were stationed with them over in Kuwait and asked them. They all volunteered for the most part. But ours was a whole year. Whole year. Coronavirus happened in the worst time. Yeah. I just wish I would have bought more toilet paper because I have not seen toilet paper on the shelf since this happened. And I was at Walgreens the other day and I asked them, I was like, you guys get any toilet paper in? And they're like, oh yeah, we get it like a couple times a week. I'm like, I've never seen it. They're like, oh, we put it on the shelf first thing in the morning when the elderly come in because they come in an hour before the store opens. So the old people are getting all the toilet paper. And I was like, they can wear diapers. Why are they taking all the toilet paper? Should save it for us. I'm studying ASVAB and I memorized 11 general orders. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 11 general orders, I think, is probably the most difficult thing for most individuals to memorize. You know, and even like the Sailor's Creed, that came out in, I want to say 95. So that has not always been around. Nico, people are just going because they can. Yeah, just to get out. I'm noticing more traffic because I live on a very quiet street and I'm noticing more and more traffic every day. It's crazy. They definitely, for the most part, civilians would not be able to be underway stuck on a ship for 9 months. That would not be happening with the way they're acting. I'll have to call it early, Chief. Have to be up with my girlfriend in the morning. Email me the details for Sunday. Will do, Jeff. Have a good night. Yep. What are some cool things on military base, like bowling, movie theaters, etc.? I always like the movie theaters. Even overseas, when I was like in Afghanistan, I like movie theaters they had. And they always had the comfortable reclining chairs. This was even like back before they started having them out in the civilian world. Yeah, provide you with all your own popcorn and stuff for free. So it's nice. Bowling alley. I always like the bowling alley food. I don't know why. I don't eat a lot of greasy food, but bowling alley food always was good. Hopefully I can take my last chance to get in the Navy. Yeah, like I said, if your recruiter, leave a message I'll leave a message with the recruiter in your area. Chances are most of them, if not all, are working from home, because I know they're doing a lot of like Skype and Zoom with individuals. But yeah, leave a message or go on the main Navy webpage and you can contact them. You can chat. You can call the 1-800 number, or you can send them a message. But I would definitely reach out to them ASAP. Milton, what would you want to serve as long as you did? What made you want to serve as long as you did, and why do you choose? Scrolled on me. Where'd you go? Well, I served as long as I did. Like so many people, when I came in, I said, "Oh, I'm going to do 20 years," and then after 4 years, I got out because I didn't have a good first enlistment. My leadership, for the most part, they did not support me. It was different times back 89 to 92, totally different Navy. Navy changed drastically in 95. But I got out. Like I said, I never had a mentor. I never had anybody there to guide me, to talk me through anything about what the possibilities were. Got out, and just a matter of weeks, I realized it was a mistake. Tried to go back, and it wasn't happening because they were downsizing. So I went in reserves. That's when I was an AO, and actually, after a couple of years, left that. Didn't like being an AO, and once again, there was a lot of sexual harassment and stuff. So I got out. And after a couple of years, I missed it like so many people do, the camaraderie and the travel, all that. And I thought, you know what? I need some type of benefit for retirement. So I went back, and at that point, I had moved to Miami and went to the Spec War Unit, Naval Special Warfare Unit. At the time, it was 8 out of Panama, but then they went away, they disestablished. We went to 4 in Puerto Rico. And then, before you know it, time flies. It really does. Time flies. And I had many things happen to me with injuries and stuff to where I wanted to get out. And at one point, my mom even said, if you leave, who's going to take care of your sailors? Because of some things that I was dealing with. And I stayed in, But time flies. It flies when you're in. It really does. I missed it. Also, why do you choose the rate you did? Like I said, I had nobody tell me anything about the different jobs. And when I went to MEPS, my the individual that was my liaison that was showing me things like, you scored high. 70, I had a 79. Like, you scored high. You can, do any of these jobs. Everything was on the board. And I didn't know better. And I was like, oh, I want to do something with weapons. Okay, you're going to be a torpedoman. That's the only thing we could do at the time. They weren't allowed to be a gunner's mate or that. So I was like, okay, and they were told me, oh, you're going to build torpedoes and this and that. And I thought it was cool. But if I would have known like OS or IS or something like that, I would have picked one of the other ratings. But another reason why I created my channel, so people don't make the mistake that I did as far as joining and not having the background and knowing what their chances are, to travel or to get a job, different NECs, things of that nature. Monique is one of the sailors. She's out in San Diego. She is an AT1. Her husband is an STG1. Is there ever really a good time for it's a hit? What girl are you talking about? That was a baby. I realized the other day when I posted that picture of me and my girls, I call all my sailors my kids because they could have been my kids. But I posted a picture on my Facebook. It came up on my feed after a few years, and it was a picture of me and 4 for my girls, female sailors that I was very close to. Monique was one of them. And I realized after the fact, I'm like, all 4 of you since then have gotten married and had a child. It's like, wow. I'm happy for all of you. I know Keisha, her boy's like, is it? I know tomorrow's his birthday party, but is that his actual birthday? Time flies. Gina, baby wipes. They are closed right now, though. You know what? I have not seen baby wipes. It's crazy. I haven't seen sanitizer. I saw Lysol at one of the Publix, and they wanted $12 for the small can. And I was like, there's no way in heck I'm paying that. Nico 11, general orders 6 and 11 are the ones I notice people struggle with, but it's just pure repetition. Yeah. Like I said, when I learned mine, I just wrote them down. And then after I wrote them, because I would say them to myself in my head as I'm writing it, and then I would say it out loud. But as someone mentioned earlier about like actually videotaping yourself or even just record audio, it's a good idea. Maybe even like doing the where you play it back when you're sleeping, subconsciously it'll sink in. Matt going to head out for a run in a few. Talk to y'all later if you're still on. All right, Matt, have a good one. Got a lot of runners in here. Mark, I haven't seen Mark either. Has anyone seen Mark? Bowling only food is definitely the best. Oh, over there. Yeah, what do you have over there in Bahrain? Because I know like they generally, depending on what side of the base, they would report to. You get really good per diem over there. Don't people who are stationed overseas like Korea, Germany, and Iraq have longer hours compared to stateside? From what I heard, yeah, you do. I can honestly say, like, when I was in Afghanistan, I had no days off, which I mean is fine because what else do you really have to do? But some days, like on a ship, you work generally like 6 days a week, and you're working 12, 15-hour days. But it's like when I see civilians complain about an 8-hour day, or if they have to work 9 or 10 hours, I'm like, you have no idea what it's like to work long hours. When I was in Kuwait, spent many days working 18 hours. My 2009-10 deployment for a whole year, I never had a day off. Honestly, I had a day off. I was a first class. My chief hated me. Never had a day off. He made me work a lot of extra hours. It is what it is. But I took it as, using it to learn, because I was a torpedo man. It just became a GM. I learned my rating. So yeah, but it's common. And actually, you don't want a lot of time to think of things at home and all. You want to keep yourself busy. Advice for first enlistment: don't buy a car right away. Do not. And for some reason, do get a used car. Don't walk away with that $500 a month payment plus insurance. Don't spend your money foolishly, drinking it away or eating out every night. See that happen too often. Save money. Get your quals wherever you're at. So when the time comes for you, depending on your command, your rating, I mean, I know you're going for MM, but like if you're on a ship, so you can go they switched the rules recently to not having to wait to get like your ESWAS and stuff. But when the time comes, do that. Get all your quals, go above and beyond so you can get that good evaluation. Study for your exam, especially when you're first in. Volunteer for extra watches. It doesn't matter if you're at sea or import. I would definitely do that to learn everything. It's going to help you in the long run when you go to take your exam. And yeah, definitely they'll like study, but put some money away too in your TSP. What's the pros of marrying someone? I think it's different for everybody. I don't know. I'm not married. I was married to the Navy. That I was. How do you travel in the military? I mean, how do I travel? Fly wherever you're at. Or if you're on a ship. Army's totally different. I don't really know a lot about the Army. Do you remember breathing technique Aaron was talking about yesterday when running? Yeah, I'm actually going to have to try it. It's kind of funny when he was saying that with the short breaths, because I kind of do that anyways, just because, like I said, I have had respiratory issues and I can't take the deep breath. It actually hurts. And then too, with my sinus issues. But yeah, he was talking about short little breaths, in and out, in and out, in and out, really quick. Can military get boring every day if you're stationed at the same base for 3 years and you're just going to work every day for 3 years doing the same thing? Yeah, but it's no different than doing that on the civilian side. You know, break it up after work, do different things. So, and like I said, I always used it for, working, even if it's repetitive, doing the same thing. Like for me, it was doing sprinklers, testing sprinklers, replacing sprinkler heads, especially even as like a second class, still a lot of chipping painting, taking for gunner's mate, taking the weapons apart, cleaning them, putting them back together. You're just honing those skills to, later on when you take your advancement exam. What do most young people who just joined the military do after work? Like play video games, eat, study? Yeah, they usually go out drinking and spending all their money on food. That's what they usually do. A lot of them do play video games, especially more so now. Monique, yes, he turns 1 tomorrow. Awesome. Yeah, I know she's going to do the live feed. I'm going to tune into that. Can't believe. And yours, I mean, he's a little bit older, but God, getting so big. When you're having another one, gotta have a boy and a girl. What's the schedule like for you while on active duty? When did you wake up, and what, etc.? When did you go to sleep? Repeat. Doesn't it get boring because you're doing the same thing? On the ship, I was always, if I didn't have watch, I was in bed by like 9:30, 10 o'clock, because I'm the type of person, I love my sleep. And I would wake up, quarters was at 7. I would literally wake up at 6:45. Takes nothing for me to get ready. Overseas, like after last deployment, Afghanistan, I really didn't sleep a whole lot, because when I did go to sleep, the Taliban were constantly bombing the base. So we'd get woken up with the air raids, and yeah, there was quite a few days like I would just sleep in my office chair. But sleep when you can. Learn to sleep anywhere. You learn to sleep with your eyes open. You'll hear a lot of military say that. But yeah, my partner doesn't want me to go to the Navy because afraid that we'll not see each other that often. So I'm choosing reserves. And the reserves, is there ever a time be relocated? You're not going to be relocated because you'll report to the nearest NOSC from where you live. But if you volunteer, and it's very rare to be voluntold to go on orders like overseas, it has happened, but it's very rare. But yeah, that's when you're going to be, or your 2 weeks AT. That's when you're going to be away from your loved ones. That's one reason a lot of reservists do it, because they don't want to be away. Nah, that's insane. They limit us to 1 pack of TP or Lysol. I've Aaron, who I guess went and left and ate a cereal and never came back. He sends me pictures and stuff like, hey, we got TP, we got Lysol, I guess, on the base. So it's a little bit different. But down here, you know how it is, Gino, with South Florida. It's crazy. I have to find someone who's a senior citizen to go get me some toilet paper. I mean, I have enough for now, but I'm thinking come the end of May, chances are I'm going to be out. So yeah, it's crazy. What's the process like when you get out of the military? Don't have to do paperwork 5 months prior leaving, and what do you pack? There's a whole process now to checking out. I literally, when I got out, mine was within a couple days. I actually had some stuff happen on the ship. I was just like, I'm not re-enlisting. I'm out of here. Because originally I was going to re-enlist. So I flew from Gaeta, Italy, back to the States. Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole process. You want to start doing your VA claim, and there's actually somebody that I know, a retired chief. He posted on one of the Facebook veteran groups. He posted this awesome checklist, which I'll have to share with you guys at one point, because it's like anything. You wish you would have known that before, so somebody else passes it on to you. That information. Oh, Sean. Hey, Chief. Love and miss you. I love and miss you too, Sean. Can't believe you're still in Bahrain. Just read it. Repeat. Rest, then read again. Yeah. All memorization for the 11 general orders. So many people, though, I ask them, do you understand what you're reading? And they honestly answer me, no. So you're going to have a more difficult time if you don't understand what everything means. No, you're not going to have another baby? Come on. You see Raul? I thought it was funny when he thought his wife had the Rona and took her in to the ER and found out she was pregnant. It's like, yay, everyone's having babies. I'm enjoying your Q&A. I wish you do that always. Many things to learn. Yeah, I've been doing, like I said, the last 3 weeks, I've been doing, the last 2 nights I wasn't feeling well, but that's because we were doing every night for the last 2-3 weeks, live streams, and we were starting at like 8 o'clock and going, help you guys out. So yeah, that's right, Saturday. So that's why Sean and Nina are, because you're not working today, are you? You don't work weekends over there. Cool. Yeah. So no more babies. Yeah, no more cats for me too. No more fur babies. Nope. What else we got? I need some more water. I'm shocked Colin never came in. Colin and Mark, which they're probably both out for a run. So, but yeah, and like I said, with the Army, Benjamin, I've served with a lot of National Guard and Army, like over in Kuwait and stuff, and we would compare things as far as like how they do weapon quals, stuff like that. But other than that, I don't know offhand what their MOS numbers and stuff are. Love you. We are heading out for a walk run. No work today. We also took the week off, so we're having a home spa week. Awesome. Guys, take care. Love and miss you. Night, Monique. Yeah, Friday, Saturday weekends. That's awesome. That'd be awesome. So yeah, I usually, because being retired, forget what day it is anyways, but yeah. With this whole coronavirus. So you guys, for who's here, Miko and all you guys are getting ready to go to boot camp, but is anyone here currently working? Chief, thank you for all your insight. Speaking for myself, I appreciate the knowledge and support you're giving us. Thank you, Milton. Definitely want to keep in touch with you when you get to boot camp. I know last night I offered the calling cards, which nobody from last night took me up on. Said if you need calling cards for going to boot camp, because you'll be calling home on a payphone, you cannot use your cell phone. If you want to spend 20, 30, 40 bucks, whatever for it, okay, but I have some free ones. Help you guys out, save you some money, especially if you're going in as like an E1. Just email me. But anything else? You guys must be all tired from either working or whatever you're doing, or the live streams. Are we getting burnt out on the live streams? How about even what's your schedule like for those that are still here, for like earlier in the day and stuff? Anybody? Can't believe even Aaron left us. Milton says that would be awesome. Any particular time, Milton? Because like I'm free anytime. I'd be free anytime. Said trying to get some other people. Actually, Monique signed off. Try and get her on here. She's, like I said, AT1. She's 7, 8 years in. So yeah. Cool. You know, if I can get them even just to do like a Skype chat, that'd be nice, since we can't actually see one another right now. You're very happy to say we are not eating egg nasties anymore. They actually got us some hot food. What kind of hot food? Egg nasties. And what for the weekend? I guess you guys are just going to do the same type of routine, I'm assuming. I'm just happy you didn't have turkey. Turkey. Let's see. All right. You guys all tired or what? French. Yeah, I remember you said French toast. How was a French toast? I used to like going to IHOP for their French toast, and then I don't know, something happened. I always just like the bread was stale. Pork chops for dinner. Were the pork chops made in the oven? I'm sure they weren't fried. They seem to put, like, I remember in boot camp was the first time I ever saw they were making the burgers in the oven and the bacon. I had never seen that before in my life until I joined the Navy. Last 4 days was always turkey sandwiches, but even it was great. I don't know. I don't think I could eat that every day, because, like I said, when we'd be overseas and that would happen, I'd be like, okay, somebody needs to send me a care package, or I need to go to the next and get something. So yeah. Pork chops was paper thin and was swimming in water. Oh, that's nasty. I actually had pork chops yesterday, but I fried them. So I don't eat a lot of fried food, but that bacon and pork chops I will fry. And they were good. They were thin, but they were good. Yeah, maybe they'll surprise you on the weekend and give you something else. Cool. So who else has questions? I know you guys got to have questions. Let me know when you want me to do another live stream. Like I said, I can even do something earlier in the day. But it's early. It's only 10 after midnight here. I've ever been to Key West? Many times. A couple times just on my own, but many times with the Navy. They have a gun range, like we would do all our gun quals down there. Yeah. I actually went down in 2014 and 15 with the MA unit, helped them run the gun quals. Lots of fun. But flies, flies that bite. But yeah, big party area. It's like New Orleans, if you've been there. They actually forgot about this. They're not on right now, but for the individuals that IS, Jida South is down there. So active duty, you can go down to Key West and get stationed. Cool, cool. Drove down there all the way from Indianapolis. Wow. How long did it take you? That's a good drive. Wow. There was I forget the YouTuber. This YouTuber, he travels throughout the U.S. in his RV van, and he has his GoPro, puts it on hyperlapse. He just drives all over. That's what his videos are. Thought it was kind of interesting. 25 hours. Wow. I think my butt would get sore driving that far. Cool, cool, cool. No, I wasn't traveling with Jose. I know when he got out, he's making all travel stuff. No, it wasn't a military member. I forget how I came across their feed, their channel. It was probably like in recommended. But the whole reason it caught my eye is because at the time they were traveling around South Florida from Key West driving back up, and I recognized a lot of it. So yeah, I'll have to look. I don't remember who it is, but I haven't watched Traveling with Jose since he left the military. A lot of them are leaving. They are leaving. But all you guys can start making videos. Yeah, definitely document, take pictures for your memories. And for quite a while there, I actually kept a journal, and I came across it recently. I forgot I had it, where I wrote something every day for a couple of years. It was kind of neat looking back on it. But pictures, I mean, when we didn't have digital back then. We had the 35 millimeter. I wish I had more. In the 8 millimeter video, I wish we had more stuff back then. Willie Jew's doing well, even though he left. Yes. It's like Austin. So many of them, it's, with the working out and stuff. But yeah, Billy Juice, Austin, Alexander, they're both going to do very well. Very well. No doubt. What else? You guys all tired? Falling asleep? Or are you studying? I'm actually getting hungry. I have half of a turkey sub in there. Yes. Four hours strong. Danielle, you're still in here, hanging out. Yes, 4 hours strong. Studying and tired. I hear you. I hear you. Got to give your brain a rest, though, every so often. I'm sure you already know that. I can't imagine, though, just all day. Do they make you study all day, or are you allowed to watch TV during the day? That's why I'm here. Yeah, I'd be living on YouTube if I was stuck up there. Like I said, that Netflix. Still here, very tired. Can do anything except for work out. You said no working out. That's cool, though. Danielle, are you tired from all these live streams, staying up late with Aaron? Benefits of the reserves. Well, some people consider the benefit that it's flexible as far as, like I said, mobilizations come and go, and extra pay other than your drill. You can volunteer for funerals, do extra orders if you want, 2 weeks here, a month there, depending on your rating. You have TRICARE. It's not TRICARE Prime, it's TRICARE Select. So you have to pay for it in the reserves, but you can get dental, medical for you, and it has to be your spouse, legally married, any kids. Wherever you're at, you have a base nearby, you can go to the commissary, the next, which can save you money, especially since it's tax-free. You have, what else? Home loan. Like I said, for the reserves, you have to spend 6 years in the reserves, or if you do 180 days or more on a mobilization deployment, you qualify. So you can get a home loan. You can qualify with 0 down. Now, if you don't have a disability rating, which you will not, you'll have a small percentage if you don't put money down, but you don't have to pay certain things by going the reserve or the VA home loan. That's a big one that I know. That and the TRICARE is what most reservists join for. Retirement, yeah, there's a retirement, but you have to really do a lot of points to get a retirement that's really worth anything, which a lot of individuals, I know I've told them they don't really pay attention until whatever you decide to do. Like one of the guys earlier was talking about being a CB to learn different construction trades. Get out, depending on what you're going in for, get that formal education, get certifications, like say IT, computer, get certifications, get out, you can go get a good civilian job, you can get a government job. So it depends, but the big ones with the reserves are TRICARE, your medical and dental, and your VA home loan. Milton, it's more smart workout and study. Danielle, no, I enjoy them. I don't even feel the time pass. 1 minute, it's 8. Next, it's 2 a.m. I hear you. Last night, same thing. I was like, okay, it was 10 o'clock, and next it was 2 o'clock. Matthew, have you heard of the SSO program? If so, what are your thoughts? SSO, I'm not familiar with that. What is it? Let me look it up. SSO program. Strategic Sealift officers serve in the Navy, selected reserve, or through Strategic Sealift Readiness Group, SSRG, while in orders. No, but when I hear the Sealift, I think of like MSC, Military Sealift Command, but those are civilian. Not all, but a lot are retired military. But I can look into it if you want and do a video. I usually let the live streams play in the background while I'm doing your homework, but the semester's over, so now I have time to relax finally. Awesome. What are you going to school for? There's always something to talk about. It makes things interesting, and you both are doing these live streams so often, it helps more people discover you both. True. Especially Aaron, his channel is really blown up. I'm so happy for him. I look forward to, especially when he gets to his ship, what kind of content. I think that's really going to help a lot of people. And also networking with like MMs and things of that nature. And I'm sure a lot of, the younger generation, they won't have a problem coming on his YouTube channel. Studying travel and tourism. Oh, I really hope things start picking up soon. That we have a lot of travel and tourism down here, and we've been hit so hard, like so many places. Yeah. Have you thought about making a video on which bank to choose military? No, but that's a great idea. Seems like those videos get some views. That is a good idea, though. That is a very good idea. I originally I was talking to some veterans about like Chase. I have Chase Bank. And the reason I went with them is because for military, you don't need a minimal requirement for checking or savings. All of your notaries are free. Cashier checks are free where other people have to pay. So there were things like that. And then right after I sold my business that I had, they changed it to where if you had a business, open a business account with them, all your checks were free. My civilian checks were free. Not that I use those anymore, but like all your checking for which can cost a lot of money, which I wrote a lot of checks for my business. So yeah, all that kind of stuff is free, and it adds up. So yeah, even like finding out like what Bank of America and things, kind of like you said, to compare them, that'd be a good idea. It's nice seeing excitement to make videos. Yeah. Yeah. Any ideas you guys have? I mean, I literally have, and I keep adding to the list. Originally, when I decided to do my channel, I came up with over 400 ideas, and I'm over 600 now. So, big thing is, a lot of it was actually like I was going to go up to the SEAL Museum in Fort Pierce here. I served with one of the guys, one of the SEALs. He just retired, and he was enlisted, went officer, recently retired as lieutenant commander, but he's up there on the board for the SEAL Museum. So, there's a lot of stuff I was going to go and show you guys, ships, things of that nature that come down here. Like I said, everything's on, standstill. What do you know about merchant marines? I was deciding on if I wanted to do that or the Navy. So merchant marines, and when you say merchant marines, I mean, the first thing I think about are like the Military Sea Lift Command, where I don't know if I'd have to look up if that's the actual title, merchant marines. But like I said, a lot of them, not all, but a lot are retired military or people that do a contract and get out, and they go and serve with a Military Sea Lift Command, MSC. Those are ships that are owned by the Navy, but they are run by civilians. Which I said, I'll look up merchant marine. I don't know if that's the actual title that they have, but make good money. I have an FC1 that I served with years ago. He retired, and he's been doing that for how many years, but loved it. Just like active duty, traveling all over with the ships, occasionally go to ships, ports on the ship that you would not normally do with the Navy. So you're at sea making good money. It's a good idea. I would only say the Navy because you get the veteran status, which opens the doors for benefits, like I said, about like home loans, stuff like that. Especially active duty. That post 9/11, the forever GI Bill, that is definitely itself worth it. Thousands of dollars. Yeah. But it goes back to, what do you want to do career-wise? Same thing if like you're looking at Army, Air Force, you got to look at who offers what and what type of job you want to do, and then research from there. So yeah. I guess Aaron went to bed because he has a big day tomorrow. With this big date with his pineapple pizza. Pineapple pizza. I need to do another haircut. It's all like chopped funky. You guys still awake or you asleep? She's hiding somewhere. Wow, and you could always see what other military YouTubers got extra views on and give you an outlook on that, or what a day in the life was like for you before you retired, some interesting things. Yeah, I've looked at different things like that, and it's just so much of it is, even with the content, like I just had one of my reserve videos yesterday hit 4,000 views, which, I think is good. but it's just being discovered. Once you get discovered, I mean, look at Austin Alexander. It's crazy. Just last July, he hit 100,000, and now he's up to like 250. It's crazy. Matt says, I'm back. Glad to see you're all still on. Yeah, I'm here for you guys. I'm here for you. That was a quick little jaunt. Haven't seen Mark. Haven't seen Colin. Maybe they're resting up. But yeah, I can do a lot more, and I plan on doing a lot more reserves. Daniel, 4,000. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that was my second message that I got from somebody that was like not nice. But everything I do, it actually happened to me, or I was with somebody it happened to. So when I talk about anything, I'm speaking firsthand. Rosa, what's the work vacation time for active duty? You receive 2.5 days per month, which comes out to be 30 days per year. In the past, you could hold 60 days without losing any, not taking leave. Now they just upped it to 120 because of the coronavirus. People can't go on leave. You could also, which I did, should have taken my leave, but when I got originally off active duty, I sold. And just like when you go for reserves, when you come back, you sell your leave back, but you can only sell so many days. But yeah, depending on your command, you just put in for it. Usually, if you're not overseas, your holidays, Christmas, usually that whole month, December, it's holiday stand down for whoever wants to go on leave. First 2 weeks, you have the way they situate the dates a little bit into January. So Christmas, and then the other half, New Year's. So yeah, you just put in your command, approve it, disapprove it, depending on what's going on. Yeah, I just did a mile, a few sprints, and a cool down walk. Awesome. I really was hoping, which I know they can't, but we have a small gym here at my condo, and the pool, everything. I mean, it's all chained up. It's just like, man. Yep, it is what it is. Started doing two a days today. Is that me? I've showed my best friend your reserve video because she's going to a university this year, and I don't want her to end up in debt, but the military scares her. I hear a lot of people say that they get scared about the military, but it is what it is. It's a process. It's a process you got to go through. Some people are scared of leaving home. Some are scared of getting yelled at. But bye for now, Laura. See you next time. Got to go. Take care. All right. Have a good night. Matt, how's your run time going? It's going for a run. It's nice going for a run at night. I always enjoyed running at night. I used to run at like 11 o'clock when I was doing a lot of running. Especially down here, it's much cooler. It's still daylight here. Sunset is in 30 minutes, but my time is all right. 12:45-ish for my 1.5. Just work on it. Like I said, check out that pacer. The pacer exercise, where you just do the running back and forth, and you can just use from YouTube the little ding, ding, ding thingamajiggy. The Roof family, welcome. Hey, I have a question. I was just Googling and you came up live, so I think that's a weird coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. My husband is active duty Navy, and we have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Okay. Daniel, yeah, the yelling and commitment scares her, but the military isn't for everyone. It's not. It's like being a firefighter or a police officer. I always use those experiences or analogies because like they say, when it's a fire, people run away, but you're running in. Same thing with police. It's like the military. You're getting shot at. You're running towards the fire. It takes a special person. Sunset in 30 minutes. Geesh, it's 12:30 here, but that's great. Yeah. All right. But I keep thinking about what I want to do for myself other than just be a mom. I'd love to join, but I don't know if active duty is way too demanding of my time away from my kids and how that would work with my husband being active as well. The Navy does not have to keep you together. I had mentioned this in a different live feed with somebody else. I've known people that, stationed together in Norfolk. One's on a ship, one's shore duty. Their detailers were, because they were the same rating, the detailer worked with them to where they just kept alternating. But then I know people that, like the husband, for instance, one guy I know, he was a gunner's mate. His wife was a YN. They put him in Spain. She was in Norfolk. And the detailer said, hey, you're on the same half of the earth. So that can be an issue. But, reserves is a good way to go because you would just follow your husband wherever he's at. So that's a good way to go. And then if for something down the road you wanted to go active, you could, or even FTS. It's all right, Danielle. I'm getting old and definitely feel it after my run times. Getting old. You're in Norfolk too. How's the lockdown up there? Headed to bed, Danielle. All right, have a good night, hon. Super tired. Good night, Chief. Thanks for everything. You're welcome. Get some sleep. See you on the next live stream. 17 years feel like 71. Funny. So could reserves work better? Yes, reserves, like I said, you would have to go to boot camp and A school. So that time there, you would have to coordinate with your husband wherever he's stationed up there on ship, shore duty, whatever. You'd have to coordinate someone to take care of your kids because you'd be in boot camp and then A school, active duty time. Then from there, you just go to NOS Norfolk. And depending on what rating you pick, you could actually drill up there. Like when I left active duty, I was with HCS 4 on Naval Air Station Norfolk. I lived right outside Gate 4, so I just back and forth. And he gets stationed. Say he ends up getting stationed in San Diego. You just leave. You tell NOS Norfolk, I'm transferring. And they would generally you would be communicating that like, hey, my husband's active duty. You just go over there. Now you're going to NOS San Diego. So yeah, it's that would probably really work. And then like if your husband's on shore duty at whatever point and you want to volunteer for a mobilization overseas to experience that, that'd be great. But yeah, reserves. I had a couple different wives ask that, and reserves would be the best. Good night, Matt. Oh, are you saying good night to Danielle? Okay. Yeah, that's my question then. So reserves would keep us together. Yes, it would keep you together. There's even reservists in Guam, Japan. So yeah, definitely. Matt, 26 going on 62. I like the way both of you like just inverted your numbers. Lockdown, it's not that bad. We live off base and my husband is deployed currently. So yeah, it's crazy times we're in, definitely. We were talking earlier before you got on here that I've been looking for toilet paper. Don't have any down here in the Miami area. Wow, you're helping clear things up a lot. Have got me really interested. I don't know, the Roof family. What's your first name? I don't know if you've seen my other videos. I got like 5 videos on reserves. I actually retired on the reserve side, and I served over 28 years. Catherine. Okay, yeah. I joined in 1989. I retired in 2017. So both active and reserves, but I retired on the reserve side. So yeah, I can tell you anything you want to know about the reserves. But yeah, that would definitely be something. Just, you'd have to study your ASVAB and at some point take the ASVAB and, talk to a recruiter about what rating you would want. I don't know what would interest you, something more like admin, supply, like aviation, working on electronics or whatever. So yeah. What is your husband? What's his rating? My pen's not working. I saw that the commitment could be anywhere from 2 to 8 years. Yes. What determines that? A lot of it, like say if you were to come in the reserves as a gunner's mate, that's 5 years. Yeah, it depends on what rating. A lot of it's technically everyone, doesn't matter what branch, everybody does 8 years. Technically, meaning that, if you did 4 and got out, technically, if the government needed you, you'd be the first to be recalled. Husband's a PS, okay, but he's interested in switching his rates, possibly, or becoming an officer. Officer, good money. Yeah, PSs are good. Yeah, so like, reserves, you can do PS, you can do YN if you wanted admin. YN and LS are the 2 best rates in the reserves. If you want to like have your choice of orders, lots of orders. So, but yeah, living in Norfolk, I don't know if that's where you're generally stationed all the time. I said I know quite a few people they did ship shore back and forth for their whole career, never left Norfolk. So that'd be great as a reservist because you would have the opportunity with so much that's around there for the commands, especially, if you decide to do something on the aviation side or even on the ship side. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, definitely check out my videos. I'm going to be making a lot more of them, but just know like reserves, retirement's different. You only have to do technically to have a good year, 1 weekend per month, 2 weeks per year. Generally, though, reservists do more. You don't have to, but they generally want to just because of the travel opportunities, a lot of the schools they can go to, more points because you get 1 point per day. But on the drill weekends, it counts for 4 points, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. And you get paid for 4 active duty days for your drill weekend. So yeah, more points. So a lot of people, they want to go on extra sets of orders because that's more retirement money. And then with your husband being active duty, you wouldn't have to buy TRICARE. That's one reason a lot of people join the reserves. Same thing with a VA home loan. You don't have to because your husband. But yeah, if you were to do, depending on how long you serve, if you were, say hypothetically, if you did a whole career in the reserves and throughout 20 years, you did 3 years, that added up to active duty time, you yourself could get the post 9/11 GI Bill. Just like your husband, you can transfer that to your kids. So your husband's only been in a year and his office keeps saying he needs to try for officer. So I think he will. What interests me the most? Ooh, MA, honestly. MC. I would have loved to have been an MC. They have some interesting, duties that they can do, especially on the reserve side. And up there in Norfolk, yeah, you would have some good opportunities. MAs, I don't know, like I'm sure the NOSC has an actual anti-terror and force protection unit. Yeah, so I don't know, like if they would do base security or whatever, that might be a little boring unless you're cross-assigned out to a different unit, maybe like a Mesron or something, but they also deploy. So MC, yeah, definitely study for your ASVAT, take some practice exams, see what you score. MC would be great. That would be great. I think it's like 20 weeks or something for their A school. But yeah. Well, it's like everybody fading tonight. But I've been here for 4.5 hours. That's good. Do you have to fly everywhere? Like, wanted to drive from Chicago to Charleston after RTC? Is that allowed? You're saying after, like, for going to A school, they're going to fly you. They're going to fly you. Yeah, they're going to give you a voucher to fly. But I had like one of my mobilizations I did with the reserves, like drove from South Florida to Norfolk and store your vehicle just like you would if you're active duty, and go on your mobilization, come back, and then drive home. But yeah, not right after RTC. That's what I assumed. MA and reserves would be different, but once the kids are older, I wouldn't mind the active duty obligation as much as switching from reserve to active. Yes, it is possible. It's possible. It doesn't happen a lot, but it is possible. One thing is your rating. So like either MC or MA, they would definitely have an easier time going to active duty. Definitely. It's some different for retirement pay between, yes, active duty. You do 20 years. Now it's a blended system. So before it was you got 50% of your pay. Now it's 40% of your pay, whatever your pay grade that you end up. So like I'm a chief, so it would have been, chief, this amount of years, you would look on the pay chart, you're going to get half of that for me. Now the new blended system, you're going to get 40% of that, and then whatever you invest in your TSP, your thrift savings plan, which is a 401k. For reserves, I have a video on it because it can be a little confusing. You get 1 point, just like active duty, it's 1 point per day. So if you leave active, go to reserves, those points carry over, and there's a whole computation. But you need basically 7,500 points to be equivalent to active duty retirement. And most reservists, like if you only do the minimal, your drill weekend, your 2 weeks a year, most are lucky if they hit 1,000 points. So they ain't making diddly do with their retirement. There's Colin. Missed you, bud. We wonder where you're at. It's going good. So yeah, a lot of people, they don't get a good retirement on the reserve side. But there's also, you have other sets of orders you can do for like a month, 6 months, 3 months. It differs also depending on your rating. And there's different books like active duty. They're part of their bibs to study for advancement. Same with the reserves, you study them, but you can actually do the question and answers in the books and get retirement points. So yeah. I know that rate determines this, but how often would you say reserves deploy? I read in forums that they deploy more than active sometimes. Usually, generally, that's because they volunteer. Like myself, I lived off the reserves, the money. Go on orders for a year, come back for 6 months, go on orders for a year, come back, but I volunteered. And like MAs, they're always looking for volunteers. Recently, YNs, LS, like I said, they can go anywhere, but a lot of opportunities. But no, I've only known a couple times where people were really voluntold enough, like your CB battalion. Like down here in Miami, we had 2004 and 2012. The whole battalion was ordered to go, so it's not that often. But yeah, I've actually known reservists that have done 20, 24 years and they've never deployed, never. So like I said, they're not going to get a good retirement, but yeah, so a lot of it's going to be depending on your rating. So Colin, what's going on, man? You and Mark were not here tonight. Danielle was quiet. She went to bed. Alexandria, I don't remember what happened to her. Signed off at some point. But yeah, like I said, I have a video with reserves and how that works. for the pay. And I can make more if people need more questions and stuff answered. Great. Yeah, I was off doing push-ups for the night and was watching some music videos. Push-ups for the night? How many push-ups did you do? That's crazy. Hmm. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Yeah, Norfolk would be a good place for reserves, for a reserve unit. Like I said, it's easy to transfer when your husband transfers, if he transfers out of the area. 8 sets. Wow. So our deployments more like sign-up sheets. What you do is you sign up on the Navy Reserve website. There's a link. You need your CAT card to access it. So like, since I'm retired, I do not have access to it anymore, but I have a lot of sailors in the area to where actually once we can commingle again, I want to make some videos, show that, and like how they do orders and things like that with NROS, the program. But you get these emails and then you click on the link, like they're, looking for, recently it was a bunch of MAs. Click on the link, go to the Navy Reserve website with your CAC card and you fill it out and apply. It's often like first come, first serve, but yeah. Like, would they be understanding I'm a mom of toddlers and my husband is active? I'm nervous about being forced to leave them when my husband is gone as well. I would say, unfortunately, some people just don't care. I hate to say that, but they don't. I always worked with my sailors, but it depends on the leadership. So, just something to look at. Doesn't mean you have to do it right away, but something to, look at, research, and just weigh the options. So, yeah. Push-ups. Oh, got to have some sore shoulders and arms. Have a good night, Rosa. Hope to see you back. 90 seconds between, trying to improve push-ups before basic. Yeah, you're right around the corner, heading out. You missed it. We had a RDC in here tonight talking to us. So cool. Improved mind by playing Madden. Oh God, finger strength. What are you playing on? PlayStation 4 or what? Every touchdown, do whatever much points my team has. Hey, that's a good idea. That's a real good idea. Gaming the push-ups. Xbox guy. No, I've never played Xbox. What's the difference? Is it the graphics or what compared to PlayStation? I've always just been a Sony person. Yeah. Switch for the PS5. Is PS5 out? I haven't even been paying attention to any of that. I'm like so out of touch with things because ever since this all started, like I said, I don't even really watch TV anymore. Don't watch the news. None of that. Yeah, the Switch, I hear everybody talking about that and how they're ordering the Switch to take up to boot camp and all. That's funny though. You improved yours by Madden. Comes out in the fall. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting. I want to buy a Mac computer, saving up for it, but I'm just gonna wait till the fall because every September the new ones come out. Different controllers, graphics are the same. I use my PlayStation for a Blu-ray player or Netflix when I had it. I still have my original PlayStation. That's what I use. I actually have my original back home in Michigan. I have the original Atari, very first video game system that came out. We have no family to help if needed. Yeah, see that's the kind of stuff you got to plan out. That's why it's harder, I guess. I just really want to do this for myself, but choosing me over the safe route of just letting my husband have his career and me be here with them consistently and securely. How old did you say you were? Or did you say? Ataris were nice. Yes, mine's in pristine condition. I think I still have my original Nintendo too. I love Tetris and Tetris 2. Yeah, a new computer will probably be my first purchase after RTC. Definitely. My current one gave out. I've been teaching from my phone on Zoom. Wow. Do you have would you have Android or do you have Apple? Sega Genesis. My brother loved that with Sonic. It's funny you say that. 23. Okay, so you're young. Right? It's up to 39. So, if you were to wait until your kids are much older, yeah, you don't have to make any decisions like that. But you really think the 64 was the best system? I remember when it came out, I remember being at the toy store and people were going crazy for that thing. Yeah, I have an iPhone too. Bond. I actually have that. I actually still have, actually, I do have the N64. Now that you say that, I don't think I got rid of it. Yeah, I actually worked part-time one Christmas at KB Toys, and that was when the 64 and everything came out. And the video game dealer for Nintendo, she would come in, and there was two, one for that and one for Sony. They would come in and they would, set the system up and all that, and restock with the games. And the demo games, which there was a lot of, I had asked one day, I was like, what do you guys do with the demo games? She's like, we throw them away. Like, throw them away. So she gave them to me. So yeah, I used to send them out to my brother. Legend of Zelda. I've never played Zelda. Pokemon Stadium sealed the deal for me. 64. Yeah, GoldenEye was the first console. Was it the first person multiplayer game? I know that. I remember everyone going crazy. Yeah, I remember that too. Zelda is addicting, Chief. Wow. So that I don't need to play it because I don't need anything addicting right now. Do not need that. Actually, I should break out, now that you say that, I should break out my old PlayStation and play some games. I would like Zelda. You can turn on Zelda and look up, and it's been 8 hours. I had about like World of Warcraft and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I tell myself, to just see where the years take us and be here for him while they need me most. But when the timing is right, I can do it. That's true. Everything still points to that direction. That's great. And like I said, yeah, you're young. It's not like some people we've had tonight in the chat, they're 38 or 39. The cutoff is currently 39. It used to be 32. Maybe change it periodically, but yeah, you got plenty of time, and just do your research. Wii Sports, only physical thing I've done in the past month. That's funny. I don't think they don't sell the Wiis anymore, do they? I remember when they came out, they were really big. That's why I was curious about Reserve, because I thought maybe in the meantime that would work. Yeah, especially if your husband's attached to a ship, that might be a little bit of a problem. Like I said, mainly, especially if you don't have someone to take care of your kids, 'cause you got to go to, a boot camp and A school. And I'm pretty sure like MC, if you were to go that route, it's like 20 weeks. So yeah. Yeah, I agree, Colin. Military would be there for you. I mean, the thing is too, at least you're experiencing it as a spouse, whereas a lot of people, they have no idea about the military. So you can, especially living up there in Norfolk, you can see what it's like. Yep. Yeah, Colin's joining. He actually heads to boot camp really soon. Timing is everything. You'll know when it's time. You will know when it's time to go. I saw a lot of like both single moms and then moms that were married, that there was a couple that their husband was in the Marines. They joined the reserves. Like I said, I always worked with them. So yeah, Colin, your days they're getting close. That is for sure. You missed it. Aaron was in here. He just popped in. He said he got a haircut, so we'll have to see. You'll have to see. That's because he's supposed to have his pineapple pizza date tomorrow. Exactly. I'd have to wait till shore duty for at least for him. Yeah, that's definitely. Full-time care. I think it's great though that you're able to be with your kids, because many households have to have both parents working, when they're young. So that's great that you're there for your kids. How does it work joining the reserves if I'm at college right now? Should I go after or during? You would have to decide. I mean, working with a recruiter, and things are different right now. Things are backed up. But decide on, when you go to boot camp, you'd have to take that semester off or whatever. Or like you said, you can wait till after. How far are you in your education? You're going bachelor's degree, associate's degree, or Colin enjoyed civilian life, playing music, did college, corporate job. I always wanted to join. Figure now is right. Yeah, like I said, you'll know. And, active is not for everybody. No, Colin's he's gonna be an IS. He's gonna have some good advancement and stuff. He'll do well. College roommate was in the reserves, did boot camp during the summer, A school, and online college classes for the following semester. Yeah, just you'd have to work it out. Like I said, right now, a lot of recruiters are not in the office. You have to call. A lot of them, because of what's going on, they're doing Skype or Zoom. And then when need be, they'll go to the office, limited contact. A lot of MEPs are currently closed. I know like some states are starting to open up slowly, so I don't know what the MEPS situation is currently. We'll have to find out. Yeah, ROTC, if you want to be an officer, that's a good route. Okay, so senior year. All right. I mean, if you go enlisted route, and if you were to wait with your bachelor's, it's, I believe, $8,000 currently. And this can change because for many years they did not offer any money like that for education. And right now they're offering some good money if you have either associates, bachelor's, or higher, or just, if some people only get like 20 credits, you can still get a chunk of change. We are blessed, and it's literally because the Navy allowed this for us. Last year, it provided everything we wanted already. Excited to see where it continues to take us. That's good to hear. Glad to hear that. So you said you live out in town. Do you live like on Ocean View side, or? Colin woke up wondering about IT route in the Navy. You're going to do well. I really think you're going to enjoy IS. I had many individuals, they were like cops on the civilian side, and they came in as an MA. One reason is because they really loved what they did, but I was like, why not do something different? And like IS, you can't do anything similar to that on the civilian side without the experience. Meat goes back. Thank you for your help. I'll subscribe. Keep an eye out for more videos when I have more questions. All right. You have a great night. Catherine, take care. And any questions you have, just let me know. Brandon's in the house. Hey, Chief. I don't have my driver's license. Is it possible to get my driver's license at boot camp or WOW? Active duty, yes, you can get it. But the thing is this: where are you currently at? Where do you currently live? Yeah, you hope so. I have no doubt. You're going to learn so many things because the classification of an IS, and yeah, I really think you're going to enjoy it. Okay. Oh, Virginia Beach. Oh, I love Virginia Beach. Okay, closer to Oceana than Norfolk. All right. Yeah, I like that side too, but I wasn't able to afford it years ago when I lived there. You get a lot of random thoughts coming up on basic. He's in New York. All right, so it's not like Florida, where Florida you get certain benefits by keeping your license. Because, like, say for instance, you go, to boot camp, say, A school, and depending on whenever you get stationed, say like Norfolk, Virginia, and you go and you get the driver's license. Like I said, it'd be better, say, if you were to go to Pensacola and get it. Just Florida, like the license can mean. It can have different benefits. So, but yeah, you can get it after because you're going to need it. You don't have time to get it, which I know DMV is not open now, but you don't have time to get it before you would head out. You missed the 757 area. Yep. So what you guys got going on tomorrow? Tomorrow. Anything exciting? Even though every day seems like Friday or Saturday or whatever day of the week you want. You're welcome, Brandon. You're floating at 223 weight. 221 is your limit. Do I really need to sweat it off? I've heard, for one, they could tape you, so I don't know if you've ever been taped. Generally, if you're over like that, they'll tape you. But, it's, you're going to lose it. Just think about it. In quarantine, chances are you and other people are going to gain weight. You said not running, not doing the physical exercise. Yeah. But you guys, you'll be fine. You might break the rules tomorrow and go camping. Where are you going camping? Tomorrow is like my last hurrah, going to eat some Tex-Mex. Ooh. Yeah, definitely get all that in before you head out. So you're getting excited, nervous? My coworkers want to have a beer pong tournament tomorrow. Kind of rusty, but I'll update y'all on how it goes. Yeah, we'll probably be able to tell from your texting or your messaging on here. Too funny. Yeah, we're going to lose quite a few of you here in the next few days, next week or so. Ready to go? Nah, not drunk live chat messages, like drunk dialing. That's funny. In the 2 weeks, I was going to do push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping jacks in the room. Also read the material provided. Yeah, we had someone in here earlier. Actually, I think it was Tuan saying they were actually allowing you to read the Blue Jackets manual. So he was reading that. A lot of good information in there that will help you. But it's just a lot of information. Like I said, it's like 720 pages. So, but yeah, I had asked them today. They actually did not have turkey. He said they had French toast for breakfast. I already forget what he said they had for lunch, but it was something different. And they had pork chops for dinner. But he said the pork chops were floating in water, which is typical for Navy food. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys. Definitely a new adventure, a new chapter in your life. Yeah, I'm glad you made the decision to go. I really am. But yeah, Tuan said that they were actually like watching TV and stuff. So, and like I had said to Milton and others, I definitely call and hopefully, I'll give you if you want my contact information, you can write me and I can write you. So yeah, stay in touch. And if you want, be very limited to what you can say as an IS, but maybe make a video with me. Just wait until the night before, probably, yeah. I had quite a few people on like the night before, and they just cannot sleep. Peace around your house 100 times. Yeah, there was a few individuals. They were actually with Aaron up until like 5 in the morning because they just couldn't sleep. Which isn't good because you're going to be, well, I say normally you would be up for 2-3 days when you get there, but things are different right now with the quarantine. Definitely stay in touch. Yes, got the email. Yes. Yeah, the RDC that was on here, you said some changes are coming to boot camp, but of course he could not say until Big Navy announces it. But yeah, get ready for some changes, whatever that means. Yeah, somebody actually, I remember if it was Haley, somebody had asked him if it was to do with planks, and he just said, I can't tell you until I'm authorized to tell you which is the right answer. Except when Big Navy announces it, yeah, who knows? Stand by. By the way, I emailed you about IS a while back, and I was wondering, could I make videos while I was active duty? You'd have to run all that by your PAO, active or reserves. You definitely want to do that because you don't want to get in trouble. IS, what is her name? There was a female that was documenting her process. I cannot remember her name at the moment. Through MEPS, came out of boot camp, made a bunch of videos, doing very well. Yeah, it'll be time for me soon. Got stationed in Hawaii, and I actually she was saying like she was going to do all this stuff in Hawaii, all those videos she was going to make about the base and stuff. And I sent her a message and let her know that chances are your channel is going to come down. I haven't seen her since. Now she may still be on, but chances are whatever you're making videos about. I know there was also 2 CTs. They were making some good videos. One went from a CT to Intel officer, and yeah, their channels, they came down. So definitely check with your PAO. I'll probably be on one of your live streams all night and the night before, to be honest. Aaron's back. Did you have your cereal, Aaron? We missed you. Everyone was talking about your cereal, and I think it was Haley was saying, now he's probably eating his pineapple pizza. Dropping by to show some love and support. Love you all and hope y'all have a good night. It's Aaron's turn. Migraine. Oh no, that's not good. I feel like crap heading to bed. Definitely. Probably been just pushing yourself too much. Or maybe, you got too much of your hair cut off. Good luck with all the future sailors and all of the recruits at the lodge. We are all going to do great things in life, and I wish you all success. Sounds like a Hallmark card. Yeah, good night. There is a couple IS people on YouTube. Can't discuss it much. Yeah. Yeah. Her name is Emily something, but yeah, you have to just run a PAO. But, it's like I tell people when they ask about the IS rate. You're going to be working generally in a skiff, top secret clearance. You don't know if you're going to be working with maps. You could be somebody that's like creating the maps for intel. You could be someone who's collecting different data that's analyzing that data that's going to go on to the person with the maps. I mean, there's different things. So Jordan Doofy Walker on YouTube, he's an IS. Never heard of that one. Has he been around a while? Have to check him out. Yeah, so I said just cover your butt. CYA. Yeah, but yeah, you missed it, Colin. I had actually one of he was an ISC, retired recently. I served with. He was on earlier with his wife. He's over right now in Bahrain. He's been there for a while, but yeah, what he did in the Navy as an IS, he also got a job on the civilian side. So yeah, he was down here where I met him, working at Southcom, and then transferred a couple of years ago over to Bahrain, and they just extended. So yeah, you're watching his video. He has marrying a foreigner. I thought that was a no-no. It is a no-no. So, yeah. Interesting. What was she? What, when you say foreigner, what nationality and all? Because that's one on your clearance that they look at on your security clearance. South America, I think. Because I forget what his original rating was. He crossed over to IS, had a sailor, and he had dual citizenship, Greece and here, and they made him renounce Greece to become an IS. So yeah, it's interesting that. Definitely have to check out his channel and see what that's all about. And I can also ask the retired ISC, my buddy, get the scoop. I can do that. See if anything changed. He would know. But. You said there was more than one, though, IS? Maybe it was Peralta. I think her name was Emily Peralta. That sounds right. I know she got stationed in Hawaii just a few months ago. But yeah. You'll get all that scoop too when you get to your A school. Find out firsthand. Yep. State your immediate family members. Can't be foreign. Hypothetical. Can't date any French girls. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That is weird. Because I do remember them asking that on the security clearance. Who knows? In the video, did he say he did it without permission? That would not be a good thing. Interesting. So who else is here that has questions? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, there is a Lady IS on YouTube. It might be her. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers that I've never like seen in my recommendation list or anything that I just happened to stumble on from searching for something, which led me to something else to something else. That happened 2 days ago. And I was like, wow, some of these individuals, they got like 17,000 subscribers. And I'm like, I've never heard of these people. Matt's a lot of questions tonight. That's okay, Matt. I don't know all the details, but she may be American now. Yeah. Interesting, though. No workaround. Nope. All right, what time is it? It's 1:18. All right, so it's 1:18. I'll cut it off in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Yeah, I'm getting excited for you guys that are getting ready to head out. I'm getting excited for you. You guys are going to have some great things to talk about here. You'll be making a lot of great memories. With my plan for the weekend, well, Jeff was on earlier, and we've been talking about doing a Skype. So we're going to make that happen on Sunday at noon. If it's nice tomorrow, I want to go out for a walk. It was actually nice today, but man, I slept. So I finished at 2. I don't know what time you guys finished last night. But I slept until afternoon. So yeah. Yeah, go for a walk. Maybe go to the grocery store because I'm getting low again. And I keep looking when I don't go out a lot, but when I do, I keep looking for toilet paper. That was a conversation tonight. Someone said, "I'll get baby wipes." I'm like, there are no baby wipes. There's no Kleenex. There's nothing. Have you recovered from your allergies? Not completely. Yeah, I'm still not 100%. I'm feeling better, but I'm not 100%. I actually have, with the VA, I have an appointment on Monday. They're doing Skype appointments. So I'll have that on Monday. And yeah, we'll see how I feel that day. Yeah, I've had allergy tests though, and I'm not allergic to anything, so I don't know what it is, but I don't know how it is down where you're at, or anyone who may be watching. But like here in the building, there's 6, so there's 12 total condos in the building, and I learned the hard way when I had a problem with my AC, how the piping is all connected, the vents and everything. So it's like if somebody was to clean their vent, it's going to go somewhere. And I've been getting a lot of dirt from my vents. I mean, I'm changing out my filters like crazy. And I buy high-end filters because of my respiratory issues, but I'm getting a lot of crap blowing from the vent onto my fan. So yeah, Nasonex. I actually got some stuff on Tuesday that I've been using. It's been helping a little bit for my acupuncturist. You can get allergies from living in some place for a long time. You know what? I actually think that might be what it is because I don't have like watery eyes and my nose, my sinuses aren't affected when I'm not in the house. Be in a friend's house, can be at the mall, grocery store, outside, I'm fine. Come in here, yeah. And I also have carpets. That wasn't my choice. That's what the units have. And my carpet is 6 years old since I've lived here, even with cleaning it and stuff. But my 2 cats, my elderly cats, they're sneezing all the time. So it's got to be something in here. Mold, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not. Florida, you can get stuff off the ocean too. Yeah. I mean, someone else had asked me about like where I live and stuff. I'm about 8 miles from the ocean. Not to say that it doesn't blow this way, but yeah, there's something in here, and plus the fact everyone's AC has been changed out my building when their AC broke. Mine is the only original 2005. So it's like my bill is already up to $163. That's what I paid today. So it's not even summertime. The tide bloom. But yeah, my filters, because I can get them from the office. They'll give them to you, but they're really cheap. They don't do anything. I'm really hoping this year, every summer, with the exception of last summer, my AC is broken, and I've had one of my CB buddies come in and fix it. But this year, I hope it breaks and they just replace the dang thing. Yeah, most likely mold. Yeah, in the main bedroom, because I have a 2-bedroom, it's really bad in there. I mean, it's really bad. Black crap that's blown out. And I'll stand on the ladder and I'll take the vents down and reach in go to like the Dollar Tree, and I'll just get little moppy things and I'll clean what I can with bleach and all. But yeah, I don't know where that stuff's coming from. But it is what it is. Anybody else? Anybody? A lot of tired peeps tonight. Danielle was very quiet. I didn't even know she was on the stream last night, but she said she was. Yeah. Claritin D, that never did anything for me. Cedar fever pops out. Never heard of it. Cedar fever. Say that 10 times. Have you washed the unit outside? Talking about the building? What are you referring to washing? They wash once a month. They do a power wash outside on the foyer area leading up to our doors, and on the stairs, an old AC unit. Yeah, they don't do any of that stuff. They don't do maintenance. They expect for you to pay for the maintenance. I just, like I said, have my CB buddies come over and do whatever. But yeah. It's got to be something. Ooh, but you guys won't worry about that in boot camp. Aaron said they keep it cold. Ours wasn't that cold. But then again, I was in Orlando where it was much warmer all the time. Gonna have to rewatch it earlier. Yeah, we'll start doing more of these, just like the cold. You're one of the few males. Got some males tonight saying how they love the cold. They don't like the heat. So, but stick me in the Caribbean. Yeah, I enjoyed when I was stationed in Panama, and then from there I went to Puerto Rico. I loved it. I love the humidity, especially with all my injuries. When I went out to San Diego for a bit, liked the area, but I was always dehydrated. No matter how much I drank, how much water. Yeah, nice beachy areas, definitely. But I love the humidity. It's good on my injuries, on my joints and stuff. But the Caribbean, I think about IS if you guys go out there at all. I know there's, like I said, an MA unit we talked about earlier tonight. MA unit out in the Bahamas. Chicago's going to heat up, yeah, especially with the warm weather coming. Brandon, maybe it's because I'm Jersey, but I love the cold, blasting the AC right now. I love sleeping when it's freezing cold. Get a real good sleep. Been training in the weather here, mid-80s lately. Really? Thought it'd be hotter than that. We've been mid-90s. But yeah, every year it gets hotter and hotter. Crazy. Crazy. All right, 3 minutes. 3-minute warning. Got to bundle up for the cold. Yeah, because I grew up in the cold. That's why I don't live there now. Summer is here. Tomorrow will be the first day in the 80s here. Wow. So we're May. So yeah, my parents had snow just like a week ago. Crazy weather. I'm glad you guys came on the live stream, and those of you that hung in here so long, I appreciate it. I'm doing a lot more of these. Got a bunch of videos I got to edit, get those up. Anything you guys specifically would like video-wise? Last question for the night. What can I expect pulling into a port? How long would we be there? I've been in port for 4 or 5 days. I've been there for 2 weeks. So it all depends on if you're refueling there, picking up stores. It all depends. At RTC, Chief, did the RDC describe what's going on with social distancing? Basically, actually, you missed it too, Brian. He actually just graduated. One of the viewers just graduated today. He was in here for a bit. So he was talking, and that's when the RDC said, hey, I got to let you know I'm the RDC. Now he said that they sleep without the mask, because that was a question I had. But everywhere else, they're wearing the mask, and they're even doing brown bag meals in the compartment, at least when he was there. So, yeah. You're going to eat dinner and a movie. Good night. Good night, Matt. Have a good one. In the reserves, how quickly can you submit for vote time? Talking about being, what, command-wise? You're going to have to be gained in the system first, which, depending on your NOS, can take a little bit. Generally, what happens, too, also is like you get to your NOS and you'll stay on active duty until they receive your DD 214. So it's not like you're done with A school, in your case C school, and you're done. You come home, you report to your NOS. A little different right now because of what's going on. So we'll see how that is when you finish. Hopefully things will be more normalized. But yeah, I've had sailors like be for another week on active duty at the NOS, be there a month, depends on when you get your DD 214. And then from there, you'll get assigned a temporary unit, depending on down there. I don't know what they have. I can ask my buddy. And then you get a cross-assigned unit. But as far as boat time, yeah, ship-wise, that's extremely active duty. It happens, but extremely rare in the reserves, if that's what you're referring to. Looking like February, so active duty, you show up every day. Yes. Yeah, you would, show up. Depending on chain of command, they may muster you, tell you to go. I know down here, a lot of sailors, they just help out in admin, filing, answering phones and stuff, but they're getting paid. And for you, not only active duty pay, but it's also retirement points. Remember, you want those points. More points equals more retirement money. So like this, like that, in a way, it's kind of like a blessing. Doing 2 weeks ahead of time, another 14 retirement points. So yeah. What do you mean looking like February? You're talking about going, because your school's not that long. You got a question mark. Yeah, that's why I was curious about picking up assignments. Yeah, your assignments are not going to be advertised on the reserve website. because you sign up on the reserve portal and you'll get emails, but you're not going to find that for IS generally. Few might populate, but whoever you're assigned to, cross-assigned to, yeah, a lot of that's word of mouth. Along with doing like ADSW, get ADSW orders down here, Miami to Southcom, along with over at MacDill Air Force Base over in Tampa. But yeah. Yeah, you'll have the opportunities, definitely, which is good because then you'll really be working in your rating and put your skills from A school and C school to use, and it'll really help you on your advancement exam, since you really have no study material to take with you like other ratings do. Since your school time will be almost mid-year when I get back, I'll be subbing. Really? You been gone that long? 10 weeks for boot camp, that's true. And then, God forbid, something happens with a quarantine. You're quarantined again. Which I forgot to ask Brian if he was being held over or what was happening. Because like I said, I know some corpsmen, they were held up for an additional 2 weeks after they graduated. Well, that's true, yeah. Guaranteed 12 weeks for C school? Is it? Yeah, you're very fortunate you're getting a C school, because so many, I mean, that's rare, especially for reservists. Usually they'll get a C school after a year or two reporting to a command. Yeah, that's good. And remember, you get leave. So you get 2.5 days per month. And generally, you can sell it back, but generally they'll even like extend it out on your orders, on your DD 214 and stuff. Depends on what you strike. Okay. You don't have any idea like what they're offering, do you? Yeah. I'll definitely have to ask my buddy Sean a lot of that stuff. Yeah, because like I said, he was down in Southcom, and he actually did a deployment over in Afghanistan. I'm pretty sure he volunteered, because there was also a couple ITs that were attached to the intel community down there at Southcom, and they also volunteered. Now that you mention it, C school isn't stated on the contract. I'm pretty sure, though, you get to go. I have to ask a couple of the other ISs that I know that went through, because I know they were gone for a good, like you said, 12 and 12 or so. They were gone a good period of time. Sending you at a later date. That is possible. Even if they send you now to C school, I've actually seen to where individuals go to another 1 or 2 C schools down the road. So yeah, it's all a waiting game. Oh, sneezy, sneezy. Drink some water, honey. Have to clean the vent again. But yeah, bless you, baby. But yeah, exciting times. I don't know if you're going to be on tomorrow. If we do a live feed, we might do a live stream. I'm not sure. I know Aaron's got a date with his pineapple pizza. So, boy, it's a lot of sneezing going on. Which would we be different? Would we be back before Christmas then? You talking about for school? What? Bless you, baby. Oh, it says unable to connect to chat. It's not letting me connect, but that's fine. I know for like holidays, what a lot of my sailors I met, they would come home during the holidays. They would take some leave time then, and they would report to the NOSC. So report to the NOSC if you're not going to use leave time, because school shuts down for the holidays generally. And then if you use leave time, you just go home and then go back to school after the holidays. So if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, but like I said, you'll be home before the holidays if you don't go to the C school. But I hope you do get to C school now. Like I said, you can always go to another one or two later. I'm trying to think of what's out there in your area in Texas. Because actually, I know another ISC that transferred out there with same thing, worked for Intel, also a civilian job. He was in Afghanistan with me. He transferred out there to Texas. So yeah, cool. All right, it is 1:37. Been on 5.5 hours, so I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. Maybe back tomorrow. We'll see. Tomorrow or Sunday. And for whoever is watching, I'll let you guys know, and I'll see you guys then. So everyone have a good night. All right. Night night.